Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. And welcome to the stream today. I'm just reading the messages, the urgent emergency messages in the chat. I actually did have a little bit of YouTube stuff, like always, lined up for today. So, Dr. Nathan, thanks for dropping and spreading the good news. I don't know what the hell we're going to be doing. YouTube is having some massive outage issues at the moment, so it might not work today. Lives won't load. If they do, chats aren't coming through. Normal videos are having error codes, site-wide issues. It's just happened. And it's funny that you said that because, like, the reason that we're a little bit later today is because, like, I was assuming, let's have a look quick test of that one, because I thought my like ad blockers had just dropped out because I was struggling to get these videos to load, and I was like, oh, it's definitely
infinite potential.
oh, that one's working. But like I was like, oh, it's the ad blocker for sure, it's doing something and it's crushing my algorithm. Sorry, it's crushing my ability to have a look. So I've been like troubleshooting it in the background for like the last like 10 minutes. I'm like, fuck, I've got to go live. I've got to go live. And like I've just had to troubleshoot it. So I just turned off my ad blocker and it seems to have worked. But you know, g'day, says Avalava. It's a sign. It's a sign of what? That's what I want to know. What are you watching on Avalava? Because like in Dr. Nathan, you're obviously coming through via YouTube. It's only happened to me with ads. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I was only experiencing the issue when it comes to the like free tube and the ad block. I was trying multiple options to try and get things so we could have the ad-free experience like we normally do. So like Cheese Swiss, you're coming through. So like, and that's a YouTube site I'm seeing there. So that's working. Lap Jeff, are you usually coming through from Twitch land or what? A sign of YouTube to die. Really? Well, I watch on YouTube. Okay, so like people are coming through, and it's funny because my tracker is not picking up. Like I at least got four, right? Four people watching, but like it can't track. Oh, maybe it can't connect to YouTube. It's only picking up on Twitch traffic. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, so there must be something's going on with YouTube today. But like I seem to be able to get videos working, but we're gonna have to do it working class style today. I couldn't get through on YouTube. Ah, oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on here then? Well, I'm gonna put something as an update then on there was a problem with the server. Have to retry. There you go. So it's working for you, Avalava and Cheese Swiss. It's working for a couple of people. I'm just gonna put something on the live stream, like updates and stuff like that. Uh, I'm gonna push people to Rumble. That'll be funny. Yeah, everyone in the Discord. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll just give them a little heads up so they know what the hell's going on. I'm sorry to do admin live during a stream, but I'm just gonna put something on Patreon as well, so people get an email notification of it for all the people like me out there that contact in that outdated, antiquated fashion. Let's do a quick post. Has anyone actually gone over to Rumble? Might see if they're working well actually before I direct people over there. Well, Twitch seems to be working well. All right, there you go. Just so people have YouTube down if you want to connect to live stream today. Use Twitch or Rumble. Publish. Done. Rumble seems to be working. And let's just monitor Twitch. See if everything's okay there. Wow, I wonder what happened to YouTube. Cyber attack from North Korea? Anyone want to put it down to that? That'd be crazy. Nothing stops us organizing. Damn straight. Oh, 4AS, you're in the house too. Yo, 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 yo. YouTube is down. That's right. That's right. YouTube is down, apparently. So it looks like the Twitch files are the way to go today, ladies and gentlemen. We're on the Twitch files. Um, it's monitoring from my end and coming up. So, all right, let's just see how that goes. It might be one of those streams today, right? One of those streams that we're just gonna have to deal with. Whatever. All right. So let's shall we, and get into the main part. I guess the juicy part, the main part of the stream. We're gonna have a look at the infamous Maria Corina Machado, I think is her name. I'm sure there's a really spicy way of saying that with like a hot-blooded Latino style and flavor, but like I'm not going to go there until I hear someone say it, and then I'll try and replicate it with some rolled R's and some like, some real energy behind it. And so like I'll leave that till I can replicate that perfectly. BBL living. What does that mean? Hey, big booty Latinas, is that what you're talking about? Yeah. I'm gonna work on my big booty Latina style. Big butt. Okay, right. Lovely. I'm gonna work on that. But like first of all, let's just get an understanding of what's happening here. Man, this is all the rage. YouTube is back, baby. Remag in the house. Um, Fucking this is all the rage. It's like we're having like an actual technical outage. I've always thought about that, right? Like once the tech goes down, have you seen Blade Runner 2049? And they go to the archives and they try and like find files or like sources of information from before the big blackout. There was like this one big blackout event and it wiped all the servers across the planet and they all had to start again from scratch, and like files from before the blackout are really hard to find and all that sort of stuff. Whereas when, like I live in this space, for the most part, I guess you guys do too. But like, without all of this beautiful and luxurious free technology brought to us by our overlords, the techno feudalists, if it wasn't for them, facilitating this, what would we be doing? Eh? What do we do when YouTube goes down? Eh? Well, I'm enabling my free data day, I guess. Yeah. And here's the free data. Take it all. Eh? My techno feudal overlords, it's all yours. I am beholden to you, sirs, for my existence. So yeah, we're gonna have a quick look, and like just in case you weren't across it, we're gonna get the actual rundown on who the Nobel Peace Prize winner is. So like I said, it's a lady by the name of Maria Corina Machado. I'm gonna say that like that because there's no R's to roll just yet. And we're gonna just like I said, try to understand exactly who she is, because there was a lot of like jokes on this stream if you were across it, particularly between me and Jag, because like I was just trying to make him cry if Trump got the Nobel Peace Prize. And like no, like Trump was going for it. Let's be honest, Trump was really going hard, advocating for people through different networks and like putting the pressure on like the society, the organization, the committee, whatever you want to call it, that was going to name this year's Nobel Peace Prize, because he thinks that he should have it for saving us all from 7 wars. So like finishing 7 wars, which are like kind of very disputable. And actually, if you speak to some of those countries, they definitely don't think that he had anything to do with it. But like, let's not let the facts get in the way of a good story, especially when it comes to Trump. Like, come on. Whatever he does, he speaks truths on Truth Social. Anyway, he was gunning for the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, what is really interesting is, apart from the fact that he didn't get it, but there was a lot of speculation that he would. And like we even looked at a betting agency that was covering this, and the Nobel Peace Prize, like he was up there with somebody else. I think it was the opposition leader of Russia who got assassinated like a few years ago. His wife was nominated for a Peace Prize. So it was him and her neck and neck. I didn't even see this woman's name in the running. And all of a sudden, this lady, again by the name of Maria Corina Machado, she has come out of nowhere and gotten the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, the plot thickens. It's not as simple as just some random like getting the Nobel Peace Prize. It's still linked to Trump somehow, and we're going to get into that. But let's read the official press release and the announcement. Here it is. So the Nobel Peace Prize for 2025 goes to the brave and committed champion of peace, to a woman who keeps the flame of democracy burning amid growing darkness. The Norwegian Nobel Committee has decided to award the Nobel Peace Prize for 2025 to Maria Corina Machado. So let's have a quick look, just so you can see. That's her there, you know. Quite the Venezuelan, eh? Look at that. That's like who are you gonna choose, right? Maduro or Maria, eh? I know who I'd be picking, eh? She knows how to work a crowd. That's for sure. And so there she is, fronting the World Economic Forum, eh? Obviously, a very reputable character and worthy of everyone's support, let's be honest. But like there she is. Solar Bear's in the house. Trump will use this to support her regime change. We'll get to that. We are getting to that. Obviously, it's quite plain to see. It's conspicuous, rather, where this stream is going. But I will continue with my sarcastic tirade, if you will have me, Solar Bear. She's receiving the Nobel Peace Prize for her tireless work promoting democratic rights for the people of Venezuela, and for her struggle to achieve a just and peaceful transition from dictatorship to democracy. So obviously, the language here is that the Maduro regime in Venezuela is that of a dictatorship. There's not an ounce, not a little bit, nothing. There's no any pretense of there really being any form of democracy in Venezuela, according to our very esteemed Norwegian friends on the world stage. This is what's happening here. Get on this, Dr. Nathan. What is this? GitHub, an open source Android app that lets you browse YouTube freely. Okay. Let's try Rumble. Shake things up a little bit. Yeah, can you tell me actually, Avalava, if it's working on Rumble too? Let me know. So yeah, there is not a tiny bit of democracy apparently going on in Venezuela. It's just evil dictatorship for days, boys. So let's keep that in your mind as we go through and investigate this a little bit more. Okay, so as the leader of the democracy movement in Venezuela, why is this not connecting? Interesting. Maria Corina Machado is one of the most extraordinary examples of civilian courage in Latin America in recent times. Miss Machado has been a key unifying figure in a political opposition that was once deeply divided, an opposition that found common ground in the demand for free elections and representative government. This is precisely what lies at the heart of democracy, our shared willingness to defend the principles of popular rule, even though we disagree. At a time when democracy is under threat, it is more important than ever to defend this common ground. Venezuela has evolved from a relatively democratic and prosperous country to a brutal, authoritarian state that is now suffering a humanitarian and economic crisis. Most Venezuelans live in deep poverty. I fucking wonder why that is. It must be just because they have an evil dictator in the front seat, right? Even as a few at the top enrich themselves. Never, ever happened in doesn't happen in Western democracies, does it? A system that allows a few at the top to enrich themselves. The violent machinery of the state is directed against the country's own citizens. Nearly 8 million people have left the country. I wonder if that is because of the violent oppression or the fact that the economy has tanked. And it's got nothing to do with external pressure, that's for sure. Rumble is working well. The quality is good. Not sure about the delay, though. That's unfortunate. Oh, fuck the delay. Come back to where the latency is low. The opposition has been systematically suppressed by means of election rigging, legal prosecution, and imprisonment. All right, so let's have a look at this one. I'm just going to get my research assistant out because I am curious. I must admit, like, I'm actually curious about to see what our research assistant has to say about this audacious claim. Oh, sorry, less than objective claim, let's just say. I'm not going to call it audacious. I don't want to be too judgmental. Like, maybe it's fully grounded that, like, Venezuela is some violent, repressive machine that needs to be dealt with. But, like, you know, let's decide together, shall we, with our research assistant. I am just reading some literature. I'm not going to... Wait. I am not going to give you the source. And it explains the current political situation in Venezuela as the following. Can you please verify whether this is an accurate description of the political situation in this country? Please provide sources. Is broadly accurate, though it simplifies a complex picture. Okay, interesting. Sources say Venezuela has seen a systematic erosion of democratic institutions. For example, the use of the Constituent Assembly in 2017 to override or bypass parts of the opposition-controlled National Assembly. Reports of severe restrictions on opposition candidates. Authoritarian, brutal UN independent fact-finding mission. Unprecedented government has dramatically intensified efforts to crush all peaceful opposition. Acute human rights crisis. Humanitarian crisis. UNICEF report that 3.3 million people in Venezuela have humanitarian needs. Children heavily affected. Economic crisis. Economic contradiction. GDP fell drastically. Hyperinflation, high inflation. Inflation was enormous, though some decline in rates more recently. Poverty, extreme poverty. Large portions of the population live in poverty or extreme poverty. Caveats, nuances, counterpoints. Relatively democratic. Depends on the time frame in the benchmark. Venezuela under Hugo Chavez, 1990 to 2000, had democratic institutions, but many argue the foundations were already being eroded. Centralization of power, weakening checks and balances, limitations on the press or press freedom. So relatively democratic is a true to the current situation, but not unambiguously so that all respects. Even then, several analyses say decline began years ago. Also, some elections have continued to occur, even if they have been heavily disputed or judged unfair by independent observers. I wonder who those independent observers are. I wonder. America Council of Foreign Relations. Also, some elections have continued to occur. Yeah, I wonder what the Council of Foreign Relations is. Uh, Council on Foreign Relations. Let's have a look. About. The mission of the Council of Foreign Relations is to inform US engagement with the world. So this is a US think tank that's saying that the situation in Venezuela is less than savory when it comes to their political position. Interesting. Founded in 1921, it's a nonpartisan, independent national membership organization, think tank, educator, publisher, including foreign affairs. It generates policy relevant ideas and analysis. Yeah, it sounds like the type of think tank which would say unequivocally, I guess, pretty much unequivocally, that the elections there's no democracy. Don't worry about the actual elections, but there's no democracy in Venezuela. Okay, degree of authoritarianism, authoritarian state is accurate, but it has layers. Some democratic features remain, some elections, some opposition exists, but many institutions are under stronger control. Judiciary, electoral bodies, security forces. Hey, who would have thought? There's people that have control, like governments have control over security forces and electoral bodies. Like, I'm pretty sure that happens in Australia. The government does have the control over the Defence Force, does have control over the Australian Electoral Commission. Okay, fine. The judiciary is supposed to be impartial, but they definitely get to choose the people that are at the top. The use of repression, selective imprisonment, disqualification are documented. Okay. Brutal is a strong term. It is supported by reports of human rights abuses, torture, but the scale and exact nature vary. It may not be on the same scale historically as some of the worst authoritarian regimes, like CIA-backed ones across Latin America. Prosperous past versus present. Venezuela was one of the wealthiest countries in Latin America when oil prices were high, especially in the mid 20th century. So the contrast with the present stark, but prosperous is relative. Prosperity was uneven. There were chronic problems even earlier: corruption, inequality, dependency on oil. Okay, humanitarian and economic crisis. The crisis is deep and ongoing. However, there are some recent slight improvements. Interesting. All right, so that is like the general zeitgeist on Venezuela, okay, and like how this system works and all that sort of stuff. Just the general zeitgeist. And like you can see where the sources are potentially coming from. Western aligned sources, right? And like large scale world body style organizations, UN, UNICEF, and all that sort of stuff. Um, Wonder how Juan Guaido's feeling right now. Yeah, I know, right? I thought he was the front man. I thought he was their pick. What happened if Juan? Eh? My skepticism will be peaking if they use brave 10 times in this summary. And the more brave she is, the more neoliberal she'll become. Yeah, they basically just want Milei in female form to run Venezuela, right? Only to be outdone if she's a girl boss. Yeah, well, it takes one to know Juan. Hey, bro, what's up? Do you hear Hamas just killed public execution several people in Gaza? Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, actually. And like, it's funny that you say that, Antor 7, because the speculation on the chat that we had yesterday, and it was actually pretty good speculation, to be honest, was what if, in order to actually meet the terms of the ceasefire, as being described by Trump's 20-point peace plan, Hamas, in order to shore things up, needs to go through and systematically obtain the power that it needs to govern Gaza in a certain way, because it is part of the political establishment. The rules aren't that they can't exist; it is the rules that they have to disarm. But in the face of Israeli-backed gangs. That's the only way to describe them because I haven't heard them named like as a political organization, but I've heard them named as Israeli-backed gangs in Gaza that were kind of being used by Israel to drip feed the humanitarian assistance that was being allowed over the last year or so that was being screened heavily by Israel and the United States of America. They had, yeah, a gang in there, like kind of doing their dirty work. And this gang obviously is not only opposed to Hamas, but like they are territorially they're enemies basically, and so there is political fighting going on, and like some could argue that this is part of a stabilization effort to actually rid Israeli-backed gangs outside of Gaza in order to get some stability enough to be able to deliver on some of their obligations for the peace plan. It's a very interesting theory, but like that's not how you will hear it, I guess, in the Western media. Let's be honest. Let's be goddamn honest about this. Eh? So yeah, it's an interesting point, Antor 7. And you know what's even more interesting, I think, is that we found out yesterday as well, Antor 7, that the Israelis have killed 7 people since the ceasefire started. 9 people if you consider people that died from wounds that they had just before the ceasefire happened. But like, let's go with 7. They are in breach of the ceasefire, but you don't hear anyone talking about walking away from the ceasefire, I guess. There's too many people, rich people, that joined the peace summit in Egypt, and too many interested parties there to call the ceasefire to quits because Israel isn't respecting it. Venezuela could be one of the richest countries in Latin America. Until 7. Yes, it really could. Apparently, it's got the most oil of any country in the world. I thought it was just in the region. I thought it was just in that Western hemisphere, but apparently it's the world. Now you know why they have such a violent, brutal dictatorship with not a skerrick of democracy to be seen. None of it at all, apparently. Brutal dictatorship. Whereas if you just scratch a little bit below the surface of this situation, let's call it loosely, it doesn't seem to be that dictatorial, really. There is opposition, there is democracy, there is, like in many countries, governments or some type of governing force that controls things like the security forces, the electoral commission, has a hand in the judiciary. But like that's not going to get in the way of the Nobel Peace Prize, baby. Eh? Oh, so that's why Israel has been denying aid to Palestinians. They have too much drip. They need to drip it through less. Got it. Yes, and they have been denying. Apparently there's like 500 or 600 actually aid trucks that have been like at the border in Egypt. And that's like what they need to get sufficient stuff at least moving into Gaza. And Israel's only let like half of them through. I wonder what's going on there. I've heard the US is performing covert operations in Venezuela already in preparation for another coup. I wonder if they will have a Gen Z protest, or will they be liberated with freedom bullets and bombs? You know, I'm going to go with the latter, Avalava. I don't think, to be honest, that they have the setup in Venezuela to kind of go with a Gen Z revolution, if you know what I mean. Like they don't have the boots on the ground with like your things like the NED. Like I could be wrong, but like they don't have like that kind of prepping that have happened in other countries. Because I think Venezuela, that's why they're so aggressive with Venezuela. Like if they could do a Gen Z revolution, they'd just do that. But like they're so aggressive with them because they haven't been able to infiltrate it with their soft power arms exactly. So they've got to do it with freedom bullets and bombs, right? Because you know the Venezuelans, if you look at any footage on it, and we've seen some documentaries on it here, like they seem pretty staunch and they're ready to protect the homeland from like imperial and American invasion. So, you know, something to think about there. I know what you're saying though. I know what you were saying and I would like to know more. So let's get back to the Nobel. It's like this just shows you, And I think this is the picture that we have to kind of walk away with of this kind of institution here. This is just an immense vehicle for Western propaganda. Really, no impartiality there. I thought there might have been some hope for the impartiality of a institution like the Nobel Association, but it really just seems that it is a vehicle of Western propaganda, but like even in a liberal sense, like they're not willing, and this is the thing that I guess we should think about here, but they're not willing to give Trump the Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, that's just too much, right? But like, let's give it to someone who is completely aligned with like the Western story on Venezuela, that is an evil and brutal dictatorship, and someone who's closely associated with Trump anyway, which we will find out. But let's continue with the narrative for now. I think Venezuela provided the fuel to the Allies during World War II. Isn't that crazy? That's a big job, man. What a role to have played. Like no oil, man, no fuel, no tanks, no war, no nothing, no logistics. You got nothing, man. That's a crazy fact. All right, so let's back to the story, please. Venezuela has evolved from a relatively democratic and prosperous country to a brutal authoritarian state that is now suffering a humanitarian and economic crisis. Most Venezuelans live in deep poverty, as a few at the top enrich themselves. The violent machinery of the state is directed against the country's own citizens. Nearly 8 million people have left the country. It's funny because you wouldn't usually, not all regimes are like this, but a lot of very authoritarian regimes, like, you don't get to just walk out of the country kind of thing, right? And especially in the droves of 8 million. If you are trapped in an authoritarian regime, you're trapped. Like, they don't let you out because they want you for labor or to, like, use as cannon fodder in the front lines. They're not just going to give you up and say, like, hey, you don't want to be here, see you later, man. The opposition has systematically suppressed by means of election rigging, legal prosecution, and imprisonment. They must have been speaking to certain think tanks. Venezuela's authoritarian regime makes political work extremely difficult. As a founder of Sumat, an organization devoted to democratic development, Ms. Machado stood up for free and fair elections more than 20 years ago. As she said, it was a choice of ballots over bullets. That is such a sick piece of political rhetoric when it comes to democracies, right? That is such a dog whistle term, and it can be used anyway by anyone, and everyone's just like, yes, they are peaceful. Hey, they want ballots, not bullets. Oh my God. In political office and in her service to organizations since then, Miss Machado has spoken out for judicial independence, human rights, and popular representation. She has spent years working for freedom of the people of the Venezuelan people. Is there no representation in Venezuelan politics right now? Do they have no form of democratic institutions or popular representation? National Assembly. Venezuela has a National Assembly elected every few years. There are opposition parties that hold seats in the National Assembly. There continue to be elections for governors, state level officers, and municipalities. Multiple branches of the Constitution. The Venezuelan Constitution still defines various branches of government: executive, legislative, judicial, electoral, citizen powers. There is a judiciary, a system of courts. Although independence is heavily disputed is one thing, non-existent is another. Political parties, a number of parties, both pro and opposition, are legally recognized and try to operate. Opposition leaders still have visibility, though some are barred, harassed, or otherwise suppressed. No way. Interesting. They do have representation. Yes. In name and partially in function. There's institutions exist, and there is still some opposition presence and popular participation. Interesting. All right, whatever. Ahead of the election of 2024, Miss Machado was the opposition's presidential candidate, but the regime blocked her candidacy. She then backed the representative of a different party. Oh no, it's not the same guy. Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia in the election. Hundreds of thousands of volunteers mobilized across the political divides. I refer to the following. Why does the Maduro government say that Miss was barred or blocked from running for president? And how many votes did the opposition party get in the election? Just trying to get an understanding of this. Like, seriously. Malaya levels of bravery. I don't know if I get the reference. Let's have a look here. Maduro-aligned authorities, the Supreme Court, gave these reasons of blocking Maria Corina Machado. 15-year ban on holding public office. She was officially disqualified by a court for a period of 15 years, meaning she's not allowed to run for public office. Accusations being involved in a corrupt plot and supporting U.S. sanctions. Among the charges used to justify the ban are allegations of fraud, tax violations, and that she has been involved in or supported efforts via sanctions that the Maduro government deems hostile. She has links to Juan Guaido. That's the guy. The opposition conspiracy. The court says that she was involved with or was part of plots connected to Juan Guaido, who has been a leading figure in opposition. The TSJ's ruling, like, he's the guy that when they tried to, like, the Americans got caught, like, what was it, like 2 years ago? Or something like that. They got caught sending in like special operations team to kind of take Maduro out and instill this Juan Guaido dude. They tried to literally violently take over and install a puppet, and then the operation failed. They got busted, and then Juan couldn't come in, and like she's tied to Juan, according to the evil and brutal Maduro dictatorship, of course. This is crazy. The TSJ and the associated institutions argue their decision is within the framework of existing laws, judicial process, and that her previous statements and campaigns or actions violated administrative or electoral law. So, like, this is crazy, though. She supports sanctions against Venezuela. Like, talk about a fucking patriot, eh? The world's cutting you off economically, and she's just like, yeah. The economy's fine. Hey, let's just support more sanctions. Oh, here it is. We've got a Trump administration authorized covert CIA action in Venezuela. Not so covert anymore. Does anyone know the Bay of Pigs invasion? Chomsky wrote some good stuff about it. Yeah, man. Bay of Pigs for sure. That was another fucking victorious Western attempt at destabilizing someone in the Caribbean that they didn't like. Let's get to this article next. All right, let's continue with this one. Okay, some concrete numbers on the votes, okay? Here it is. The opposition says that they gathered data from polling station minutes and found Gonzalez, the opposition, won about 65% of votes, Maduro 30%. Interesting. Okay, so here again, the numbers are disputed. The official numbers declared by the government, the electoral authority, and opposition independent tallies that claim different results. So Maduro got about 51.2% of the vote. Gonzalez Urrutia, opposition, got 44%. Eh? Like, that's not bad. Like, that seems like a very decent style of, like, you would see that in like places that have, like, proper democracy. It's pretty close when you have an opposition leader and an existing like group, and an incumbent. It's not like sometimes people win by a fucking landslide, don't get me wrong, but like that's pretty typical. Like, okay, you got 51% of the vote and you got 44, like it's pretty close. That's like quite typical of what you see, right, in liberal democratic societies around the world. So the opposition claim a lot more support for Gonzalez. According to opposition published vote records, it was 85%. Yeah, of course. And Gonzalez got up to 65%, and Maduro only 30%. Hey, that evil, brutal Maduro regime. Hey, interesting stuff. All right, let us get back to the article here. They were trained as election observers. Sorry. Hundreds of thousands of volunteers mobilized across political divides. They were trained as election observers to ensure a transparent and fair election. Despite the risk of harassment, arrest, and torture, citizens across the country held watch over polling stations. They made sure final tallies were documented before the regime could destroy ballots and lie about the outcome. The efforts of the collective opposition, both before and during the election, were innovative and brave, peaceful and democratic. So, like, let me just get this straight. In one sentence, they're saying that, like, democracy has been completely destroyed. And the next, they're saying that they were there ahead of the 2024 election. Her people on the ground, hundreds of thousands of volunteers were out there. They were trained as election observers to ensure a transparent and fair election. Despite the risk of harassment and torture, citizens across the country held watch over the polling stations. They made sure that the final tallies were documented before the regime could destroy the votes. So they were there overseeing the process. Doesn't sound like such a dictatorship to me. The efforts of the collective opposition, both before and during the election, were innovative and brave, peaceful and democratic. The opposition received international support when its leaders publicized the vote counts that had been collected from the country's election districts, showing that the opposition had won by a clear margin, but the regime refused to accept the election results and clung to power. Democracy is a precondition of a lasting peace. Again, doesn't sound like some crazy ass authoritarian regime. Usually they do have bullets over ballots, and if you don't vote right, they will shoot at you, or you just don't rock up because of fear, not rocking up in your hundreds of thousands to scrutinize the results and claim that the election has been rigged. The efforts, usually what they have to say when elections have been rigged, they actually have those international organizations that rock up and monitor local elections to say whether there have been standover tactics or not at local polling stations, something that Chomsky talks a lot about, Avalava, as you would know, like when they cover all of the various like CIA-backed authoritarian dictatorships that run rampant in Latin America from the 50s onwards, probably earlier than that. They have those organizations that come along and just watch and see if it's been a fair election just by how much pressure is being put on the people, not when hundreds of thousands of people decide to get out and get involved with scrutineering. The efforts of the collective opposition before and during the election were innovative, brave, there's your counter for us, peaceful and democratic. The opposition received international support when its leaders publicized the vote count that had been collected from the country's election districts, showing the opposition had won by a clear margin, but the regime refused to accept and come to power. Democracy is a precondition for lasting peace. However, we live in a world where democracy is in retreat, where more and more authoritarian regimes are challenging norms and resorting to violence. The Venezuela regime's rigid hold on power and repression of the population are not unique in the world. We see this same trends globally: rule of law abused by those in control, free media silence, critics imprisoned, and society push towards authoritarian rule and militarization. In 2024, more elections were held than ever before, but fewer and fewer are free and fair. In its long history, the Norwegian Nobel Committee has honored brave women and men who have stood up to repression, who have carried the hope of, there's your brave counter again. I think they've said brave, like, what's that, like 4 times now, 4 hours, who have carried the hope for freedom in prison cells, on the streets and in public squares, and who have shown by their actions that peaceful resistance can change the world. In the past year, Miss Machado has been forced to live in hiding. I'm sure she'd been living in absolute squalor too, right? Absolutely no support from anyone. Despite serious threats against her life, she has remained in the country, a choice that has inspired millions of people. She lives in the country? What? What do you mean she lives in the country? When authoritarians seize power, they kill the opposition and or force them into exile. Oh, sorry. I misread. She's living in the country. When authoritarians seize power, it is crucial to recognize courageous defenders of freedom who rise and resist. Democracy depends on people who refuse to stay silent, who dare to step forward despite grave risk, and who remind us that freedom must never be taken for granted, but must always be defended with words, with courage, with determination. María Corina Machado meets all the criteria stated in Alfred Nobel's will for the selection of Peace Prize laureate. She has brought her country's opposition together. She has never wavered in resisted militarization of Venezuelan society. I wonder why they're militarized, eh? She has been steadfast in her support for a peaceful transition to democracy. María Corina Machado has shown that the tools of democracy are also the tools for peace. She embodies the hope of a different future, one where the fundamental rights of citizens and large corporation and foreign capital interests are able to come in and destroy the country for their own interests. Oops, misread again there. Sorry. What is freedom? Yeah, sorry. Maybe that's my accent, or maybe that's what the Nobel Peace Prize Commission want in this society. They want some freedom. Bring on the freedom. It's good to have you, Jack. Welcome to the chat. María Corina Machado has shown the tools of democracy are also tools of peace. She embodies the hope of a different future where the fundamental rights of citizens are protected and their voices are heard. In this future, people will finally be free to live in peace. That was beautiful. It really sounds like an awful place. One so awful that an opposition leader would be forced into not exile, but to live in the country. What a fucking horrendous place this one must be. What a horrendous place. Living in the country out of fear of a brutal dictatorship. There's just a few contradictions in that Peace Prize awarding. Now, this leads to the speculation. What's really going on there? Why have they nominated her? What's going on? Why is she the Nobel Peace Prize laureate? And why are they playing world politics on this one and continuing not only the Western narrative, but I think a very liberal style Western narrative on this one? Like Trump, outrageous orange man, can't have him on the ticket, but someone that's completely associated with US interference, hey, we'll put her up on the spot, that's for sure. This is part of the formulation of a grand Western narrative that will help justify at one point the actual invasion of Venezuela and their, the desecration of their national sovereignty by someone like the US. They're posturing hard at the moment. They're potentially even doing covert operations to internally destabilize the country as we speak, if they probably haven't been doing that already anyway for a long time. But like they're just making it more official now. And then they're like, literally going like they're parked out the front waiting to fight over this one. And like it's stuff like this. All right, we won't give it a Trumpy boy, but like we can help paint the picture that his war on Venezuela is fully justified because it's a brutal dictatorship that poor Miss Machado is fighting against, all on her lonesome and completely unexiled from her country. I'm pretty sure Venezuela actually had those international observers during their last election. Yeah, whoa, whoa, whoa. I wonder what they came back with because the hundreds of thousands of volunteers out there that scrutinized it believe that, like, not that it was not like the election was kind of being rigged by a forceful dictatorship. It was just that the numbers were wrong. Eh? Doesn't sound dictatorial or authoritarian to me. It's just a rigged election. And like rigged elections don't happen, do they? No one ever complains about rigged elections in non-authoritarian countries. Rah, 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 rah. All right. One more article just to paint the picture. And then we're going to watch some, like we're going to watch something old school YouTube style without an ad blocker on it, unfortunately. Yeah, let's have a look here. I'll get this. This can be my article tab. Okay, so this is the Politico, a Politico article. It's Venezuela, like, watch this, okay? So remember this story. You can't award, you're a liberal Western ideologue. You can't give Trump the Nobel Peace Prize because he's Trump. And, like, that would just be outrageous. What do? Okay? You still want to give it to someone that fits the Western narrative. You give it to one of his puppets. And then they can do something interesting with it. And read that headline. Venezuelan opposition leader Nobel dedicates the Nobel Peace Prize to Trump for decisive support. There it is. So, Jag, if you were listening to this and you were wondering if Trump actually got the Peace Prize or not, and you were reveling in the fact that he didn't, well, fucking let me tell you this much for free. Bang. He got it. She's dedicated it to Trump and all of her Venezuelan compatriots out there that are struggling the good fight against an evil socialist dictator. She's dedicated it to Trump. That's how you get a Nobel Peace Prize, baby. Ben Norton will also teach you how to pronounce Guaido. He used to live and work in South America. Good, thank you. I will reach out to Ben shortly. I will give him my contact details. Those Venezuelan chicas are fire. I'm here and Albo's queer. What are we looking at today? You give it to Obama for drone striking a US citizen. Interesting. Hey, no, we give it to someone who's a puppet of US imperialism so they can, after the fact, dedicate it to Donald Trump. It's maybe as close as he'll get to a Nobel Peace Prize until a year after the Gazan ceasefire next year, and he gets it then. Guaido. I haven't got the phonetic style on that one. Guido. Maybe Guido. Let's go with that. Oh, we have to give it to Obama because he's black? Allegedly? No, Guaido. Oh, it's like... Let's go with that. Let's go with that one. Yeah, it's because he's black and he's president. A lot of making up to do there. And don't worry about his actual human rights record. It takes Juan to know Juan. I think someone made that joke just yesterday, actually. Okay, let's go. Venezuelan opposition leader María Corina Machado rang in? rang in her Nobel Peace Prize victory Friday by dedicating the award to the people of Venezuela fighting for freedom and President Donald Trump, who has publicly lobbied for the prize for himself. So good, man. This is hilarious. Uh, you really need to get cultured. I'm working on it. We are on the threshold of victory, and today, more than ever, we count on President Trump, the people of the United States, the peoples of Latin America, and the democratic nations of the world as our principal allies to achieve freedom and democracy, she wrote on X. I dedicate this prize to the suffering people of Venezuela and to President Trump for his decisive support for our cause. Trump has coveted the prize for months, arguing he has ended conflicts across the globe over the course of his presidency. Several world leaders also endorsed him for the honor after he successfully brokered an apparent ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas earlier this week. See, I was so sure that he'd get that done just in time to get it, but the liberal Western establishment would never get him. Also, Guido is a glub shito from Star Wars. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Machado's win is underscored by a sweeping conflict in Venezuela, where the country has been entangled in a political and humanitarian crisis for years, only worsening under the presidency of Nicolas Maduro. But for Venezuelan opposition leaders, Trump could be the key bulwark against the Maduro regime. The president has been a vocal critic of Maduro's presidency and cut off diplomacy with the country recently. The Trump administration has called for the arrest of Maduro for drug trafficking, offering $50 million for information leading to his arrest. Do you remember that? Eh? No one will remember dedicated sycophantic prizes when they look at the history books. He'll have to wait another year if he makes it that long. You reckon? Well, what's going to happen to him? He might get sick. I guess he's pretty old. He's in it for the long haul, man. There won't be any more elections after Trump. The administration has continued to carry out strikes on Venezuelan boats in international waters. That is to say, that it says contains narco terrorists responsible for smuggling drugs into the US, a claim Maduro vehemently denies, and attacks many former GOP officials fear could be illegal. No. Trump reposted Machado's recognition of him to Truth Social, but didn't comment on her remarks. White House Communications Director Stephen Chung also took on X on Friday morning to slam the Nobel Committee for placing politics over peace in their selection. Yeah, I know, right? It's a little bit like that. Oh, the US is absolutely cooked. There will never be another real election. Well, that's a hallmark of dictatorship and authoritarianism if you ask the Nobel Peace Prize Commission. Just remember that. Vance dynasty is almost upon us. I don't know, man. That's a scary prospect, that is. Hey, give me Marjorie Taylor Greene. Hey, any day. Hey, she'll do what you want. Vance, though, he works for Thiel. And what a dynasty that will be. A reporter asked Trump today if we was gonna take out Maduro. Don't know how to spell it. Don't worry, join me in the ranks of the uncultured. Me and you together dilemmas. He gave an answer like he's thought about it. Yeah, I know, right? Well, like I think that's potentially what. Just ignore Nobel inverted TNT, then felt guilty, so he created a prize for peace. Look, this is I think what the article that Avalava has put in might be about. This might be the covert operations that are going to destabilize Venezuela. Guaido is going to be potentially about him being taken out. Maybe let's have a look at this article. Trump administration authorizes covert CIA action in Venezuela. Okay, tankies, go ahead and blame the CIA for everything, like always. As if the CIA needed any authorization. Like, is this the article here? Oh, right. Why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? What was this, 17 minutes ago? Trump, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America. America. Ah, I can't watch it? Damn. Now, Venezuela will be safe. It's not like they have the biggest untapped oil reserves in the world. Yeah, I know. Trump administration authorizes covert CIA action in Venezuela. When was this? October 15th. Well, that's just like, what, just a few hours ago, I guess, if it's coming from Washington. The Trump administration has secretly authorized the CIA, not so secretly, to conduct covert action in Venezuela, according to U.S. officials, stepping up a campaign against Nicolas Maduro, the country's authoritarian leader. The authorization is the latest step in Trump administration's intensifying pressure campaign against Venezuela. For weeks, the U.S. military has been targeting boats off the Venezuelan coast. It says are transporting drugs, killing 27 people. 27 people. Could you imagine if that was Hamas? That link is a Reddit like post. Yeah, got it. Okay. American officials have been clear privately, and the end goal is to drive Mr. Maduro from power. Yeah, the new authority would allow the CIA to carry out lethal operations in Venezuela and conduct a range of operations in the Caribbean. The agency would be able to take covert action against Mr. Maduro or his government, either unilaterally or in conjunction with a larger military operation. It is not known whether the CIA is planning any operations in Venezuela or if the authorities are meant as a contingency. But the development comes as the US military is planning its own possible escalation, drawing up options for President Trump to consider, including strikes inside Venezuela. This is fucking mental. Like, what about all the people, like the MAGA people, that have been pretty staunch about this? I thought there's like, no more wars. No more wars. Like, they're the ones that are like the liberals from the turn of the century that were against the war in Iraq. They're the liberals now in 2025 who have just been like, can we just stop with the killing? Trump was supposed to be the president of peace, right? Oh, okay, look, looks like YouTube has a fix itself now. Okay, I might see if I can do that. I might have to close all of this. I'll do that. I'll try that again. The new authorities, known in intelligence jargon as presidential finding, were described by multiple US officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the highly classified document. Yeah, sure, bro. There are currently 10,000 US troops there in the region, most of them in bases in Puerto Rico, but also a contingent of Marines on amphibious assault ships. In all, the Navy has 8 surface warships and a submarine in the Caribbean. Yeah, we knew about all of this, didn't we? The CIA has long had authority to work with governments in Latin America. Yeah. Yes, it has. On security matters and intelligence sharing. That has allowed the agency to work with Mexican officials to target drug cartels, but those authorizations do not allow the agency to carry out direct lethal operations. My ass. Come on. The Trump administration's strategy on Venezuela, developed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio with the help of John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, aims to oust Mr. Maduro from power. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. There it is. All right, I'm going to try out this video then and like see if I can get everything running again normally. Just give me a moment while I figure that out, please. Interesting. Let's try this. This might give us, this video I'm hoping will give us a lot more of context around Maria, what she's really up to. Yeah.
This brilliant device.
No. Wonder why that's not working.
Machado wants to.
All right, let's see if this works.
Machado wants to sell.
Forget about.
It seems like it does. Okay, so like I don't know, you guys probably all have the same shit now, your algorithms. I'm assuming we all seem to converge on the algorithm at the moment. But like, yeah, can you see, this is from a group called Geopolitical Economic Report. And they seem to have done a bit of a hit piece on Maria, or like called into question her nomination, at least, by the Nobel Peace Prize committee. And so like they've kind of documented, I imagined, like an understanding of like where her position is, like politically, what she believes in, what she stands for, who she's backed by, all this sort of stuff, and what that means in relation to Venezuelan politics and how Venezuela relates to the global political situation. So obviously the global political situation for Venezuela at the moment is kind of like it's them versus Western and imperialism focused and directed by American foreign policy. But like, as you may or may not know, like Venezuela is obviously in the Western hemisphere, just like Cuba during the Cold War, and Cuba still is today, I guess, to a certain extent, but not at the same level as, you know, in the 60s or something like that. Venezuela seems to be kind of a holding point for the powers that are merging in the world in opposition to the Western powers. So your BRICS nations, China, Russia, they have significant interest and political sway or options on Venezuela. And so Venezuela is kind of seen geopolitically as this bulwark against Western imperial domination led by the US. And so like, yeah, China and Russia are kind of in Venezuela to a certain extent, helping them out. So it's like kind of East versus West, and it's being battled out in the Western hemisphere, in America's backyard, and it's going to be battled out in Venezuela. And as you know, Dilemmas has rightly pointed out to multiple times, they just also happen to sit on the world's biggest oil reserves. So like, you know, they're definitely getting some democracy one way or another, whether it be their existing democratic system or the democracy that comes from being imposed on by a Western power. So we'll see where that goes. I'm not sure if Trump understands what covert means. That's pretty funny. No one knows what happens still. Like to YouTube, you mean? Yeah, interesting. Dave Smith is on BBS again. Like, I'm not sure what the reference is there. Who's Dave Smith? Is that the guy from Geopolitical Economic Report? Anyway, someone let me know if they think that Geopolitical Economic Report is on the take or has been compromised. But like, let's have a listen to how they surmise our friend, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado. Let's have a look.
Saudi Arabia. Forget about the Saudis. I mean, we have more oil. I mean, forget about Saudi Arabia. Forget about the Saudis. I mean, we have more oil. I mean, infinite potential. And we're going to open markets. We're going to kick off the government from the oil sector. We are going to privatize all our industries. Venezuela has huge resources: oil, gas, minerals, land, technology. And as you said before, we have a strategic location, hours from the United States. So we're going to do this right. We know what we have to do. And American companies are in, super strategic position to invest. This country, Venezuela, is going to be the brightest opportunity for investment of American companies, of good people that are going to make a lot of money.
The so-called
Like someone called it before, I think it was Euphoria. So you're like, oh wow, she's just going to be a neoliberal puppet. Like it's the same playbook for Latin America for like the last 50 years. It's just like bring in someone who wants to literally privatize. And like, you don't even have to, no, this guy's name is Ben Norton. You don't even have to wait for the commentary that comes from whoever is going to analyze what she's saying. Like she's saying it herself. She's like, we are good for the private sector. Like if Venezuela has some type of nationalization program, fuck 'em. Hey, fuck 'em. Hey, these are her people, right? She's like, fuck 'em. Let's privatize that shit, baby. Dave Smith is a libertarian comedian. I don't know what BBS is. Yeah, there's too many acronyms, man. I can't keep up with all of it. My God. A libertarian comedian? So good. There's so many different types of comedians. That's interesting.
Nobel Peace Prize for 2000
of American companies, of good people that are going to make a lot of money.
The so-called Nobel Peace Prize for 2025 was given to a far-right U.S. government-funded operative in Venezuela named María Corina Machado.
Right. The geopolitical economic report is awesome. Ben Norton has done excellent anti-imperialist reporting. He moved to China, to study his PhD in economics. He used to work for the Grey Zone, but they had a split. Though Ben was basically carrying them, producing so much content and analysis. Okay, right, yeah. Wow, what a place to get a PhD in economics. China, eh? Might have some Marxian influences there, eh? Oh, I got modded for that. What did you say? What did you say? Eh? I better go over and see what you wrote in Twitch. Allow what? What did you say? What a cringe ass bish. You can't say bish? That's interesting. Well, you can now, apparently. Yeah, what a cringy woman, right? She's just like, just let them in. Let the private industries in. They will do it better. Like that is just, it's just neoliberalism. Like through and through. It is cringe. It's hard to know the Roy when you change the row and sop for the A. Weird. Fucking hell. This is what I'm talking about, man. I'm speaking a different language. Look at that there with Bush. Hey, much more youthful in that picture. Hey, we're shaking hands with Bush. Now, talk about neoliberal 101. Yes, and like neoliberal in the real sense of the traditional sense from the start of it. The testing ground for neoliberal policy was Latin America. It was Chile, Pinochet, and they're still doing it. They're still doing it. Bring me into power, and I will open this up for American business. And you have the Nobel Peace Prize, the committee, playing the tune of neoliberal American foreign interference and destabilization efforts. They're just playing that tune. It's shameful stuff, isn't it? Shameful stuff.
She has been working with the U.S. government for decades to try to overthrow Venezuela's revolutionary government. And I explained in a previous video that María Corina Machado strongly supports war, so she should not be given a peace prize. She has been working with Donald Trump to wage war on Venezuela. She supports the U.S. military bombing Venezuelan boats, killing Venezuelans without...
What? Let's just take it all as on the face, legit. this woman got a Nobel Peace Prize, and she's like, yeah, bomb them. Bomb the Venezuelan vessels. These are my people. Bomb the hell out of them. Attack Venezuela. Hello? Do we all agree on what peace is here? Or do we all have varying definitions of the P word? It would seem that peace comes on a spectrum.
Charge or trial. She also strongly supports Israel as it has carried out crimes against humanity against the Palestinian people.
María Corina Machado, gracias. Thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you, and we'll stay in touch. And I promise we one day will have a close relationship between Venezuela and Israel. And I believe, and I can announce this, that our government will move our Israeli embassy to Jerusalem. That will be part of our support to the state of Israel.
And she supports the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. So this person is the exact opposite of a peace activist. She literally supports war. But I already explained all of that in the other video, which I will link to in the description below. I don't want to repeat myself today. Instead, I'm going to be focusing on another issue, which is oil. Now, Venezuela has the largest oil reserves on Earth. And the oil industry in Venezuela was nationalized by the leftist former president Hugo Chavez, who launched the Bolivarian Revolution. Chavez kicked out the U.S. oil corporations in Venezuela, and ever since then, for 2 decades, the U.S. government, under both Republicans and Democrats, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, all of these U.S. presidents have tried to destabilize the Venezuelan government, imposing illegal unilateral sanctions, backing coup attempts to try to overthrow the Venezuelan government, and funding and supporting far-right extremists like María Corina Machado. And the reason the U.S. government often supports extremists like Machado is because she has openly called for privatizing Venezuela's oil industry and selling off Venezuela's oil to U.S. corporations.
And we're going to open markets.
Bipartisan consensus never fails. I know, right? Thank God for the two-party system. They all support the same neoliberal puppet. Like, come on, man. So good. Did the meaning of peace change in my lifetime? Apparently. Are we an upside down word? No. Do we mean body peck? Do we mean body pieces prize? Yes, that's probably a better description of it. And it's a little trophy with a saw doll on top. I want to play a game. Yeah, it's called Destabilize Your Nation. And like indiscriminately bomb small fishing boats in the ocean. Let's kill. Like, you sunk my battleship. That's the Body Peace Prize, and she won the Nobel Body Peace Prize. Hey, like, go ahead, strike down Venezuelan citizens in the name of the corporations that are going to come in and take the oil. Let's do this.
We're going to kick off the government from the oil sector.
To U.S. corporations.
And we're going to open markets. We're going to kick off the government from the oil sector. We are going to privatize all our industry. Venezuela has huge resources, oil, gas, minerals.
And I need to emphasize here that when I say that Machado is an extremist, I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not exaggerating. Inside the right-wing opposition in Venezuela, she has always been part of the most extreme far-right faction. In fact, in 2012, in the opposition primaries in Venezuela, Machado only won 3.7% of the vote. She was very unpopular because she was seen as such an extreme far-right figure. The leader of the moderate right-wing opposition in Venezuela was Enrique Capriles. In fact, Capriles has publicly criticized Machado and her far-right allies, condemning them for having very extreme views. For instance, Machado...
Probably a lot of H2A candidates as well. Yeah. My God. That's going to become a thing now. Fucking H2A, bro. Yeah. And they probably, you know, like she was talking about those gangs that like the farmers can be like, look, we got your families at home and we'll get them if you don't work harder. Yeah, she's probably going to send over a lot of H2A candidates, that's for sure. She'll open up a direct line. Here's our oil. Here's our, what she say, natural gas. Here are our minerals. And here are a whole bunch of H2A workers. And I'll look after their families for them while they're gone.
Machado has for years called for the U.S. military to invade Venezuela to overthrow Venezuela's current revolutionary left-wing president, Nicolas Maduro. And Capriles, who again represents the moderate right-wing opposition, has criticized Machado for calling for war, for a foreign invasion of her country. And Capriles has pointed out, he said, quote, "The majority of people who want a U.S. invasion do not live in Venezuela," end quote. He pointed out that the people of Venezuela would suffer the horrific consequences of a U.S. war, like the people of Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya and Syria and other countries destroyed by the U.S. empire. So there is a moderate right-wing opposition in Venezuela, but the U.S. government has long preferred to support the far-right extremist.
Bro, look, Avalava, look who it is. It's the NED. The NED are working. So they could have a Gen Z revolution. Are you looking at this? They don't need freedom bullets and freedom bombs. They could have a Gen Z revolution tomorrow. The NED's in there. You wrote that before, right? Wonder if they'll have a Gen Z protest or they'll be liberated with freedom bullets and bombs. They're the fucking NED. Is it working out of there though, or is this just articles? It looks like it's written in Spanish. Oh no, it's written in English. Okay, too bad. Interesting. Yes. NED once again. Oh, where's Brian?
Opposition, led by figures like María Corina Machado, who has been funded by the U.S. government, and in particular, the CIA cutout, the National Endowment for Democracy, the NED. She's been funded by them for decades, since at least 2003, according to the publicly available data we have. And again, why is that? It's because Machado wants to sell off Venezuela to U.S. corporations. She doesn't even hide it. She's proud of the fact that she wants to privatize everything in the Venezuelan economy, and especially the oil. And Machado admitted this openly in an interview that she did in February 2025 with Donald Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr. In this interview, Donald Trump Jr. pointed out that his father and the U.S. government have been strongly supporting Machado and the far-right opposition in Venezuela as they try to overthrow Venezuela's government. And he also pointed out that Machado has the support of other right-wing leaders like Javier Milei in Argentina, like Giorgia Meloni, the Mussolini admirer in Italy, and like Nayib Bukele in El Salvador, and also Elon Musk, the world's richest billionaire. Donald Trump Jr. also boasted that the far-right opposition in Venezuela are U.S. allies fighting against China and Iran. So listen to this very revealing clip here.
Well, it also seems you have really strong allies and leaders like Milei in Argentina, Bukele in El Salvador, Meloni in Italy, and even Elon Musk. What could a free and prosperous Venezuela mean for reshaping all of the Americas?
It's such a good word, isn't it? A free and prosperous Venezuela. Hey, what could that mean for the free market? So good. Sup, sugar plums? How we doing? Jerry Poppins in the house. We are learning about how Venezuela is looking a little bit like it's lacking in the freedom and democracy department and needs a little bit of democracy, if you know what I mean. They're edging too close to the dark side. No, they're lost in the wilderness, actually. It's not a dark side thing. They're just lost and they need some help. They need some assistance. And so, obviously, the Western world is doing everything it can to very diplomatically and peacefully bring about some type of world where you could have more open and direct democracy, like people's democracy, as opposed to any other like kind of form of democracy. Why does it do this? What's wrong with that? My TikTok goes out every now and again. Damn you, TikTok, just do it. Yeah, got it. All right. So anyway, we're learning about how they need some democracy and the US is coming to liberate them, but it's all being vented very funnily through this woman, Maria Corina Machado, who is the Nobel Peace Prize winner. And so like we were all having a good laugh, you know, last week, or I think it was the beginning of this week, we were laughing about it, that like Trump didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. And like the liberal Western establishment just was not going to let the orange man get it. And so instead they've given it to a US puppet, who is this Maria woman, who is the opposition leader in Venezuela, who she describes, and the Nobel Peace Prize Committee describes as a brutal, dictatorial, authoritarian regime. And like she lives in Venezuela and she's an opposition leader. She's supposedly not even very liked on the right side of the political spectrum in Venezuela because she's openly advocating for a foreign country to come in and invade her country and kill her people. So she's not even liked there, but she has been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize by the Norwegians, which is kind of funny. Like they don't even like her there because she's openly advocating for somebody else to come in and kill her people. And she got the Nobel Peace Prize, which is, it's hilarious. Like, I don't know how else you describe that. They're not the only ones edging. Hey, very good. Sounds like a spook full of democracy. Spook is better. A spoonful of democracy will make the missiles go down. Someone say edging. Allegedly planning to up the bailout to Argentina to 40 billion. Wow. 40 billion. My God, I would be absolutely furious if I knew that they were like edging out payments to help people with healthcare and food stamps, and they were going to give $40 billion to Malay. Like out of all the people, right? It's because it's not going to go to fucking the people in Argentina, let's be honest. It's, what's that guy's name? Steve Witkoff. Him and all of his friends. Because they've invested heavily in Argentina and Milei's experiment, and it's failed, and now they want their money back. And so like they've upped it to 40 billion. Fuck, man. The US, like, you guys must be, like, the MAGA people must be furious about that one. They must be furious. Well, I demand to know what Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks about the $40 million bailout for Argentina. Seriously. US doesn't even bother covering it up with USAID and the IMF anymore. They just do it directly now. It's just like, yeah, here's Congress, pass this $40 billion bailout. And bailout for what? Like, come on. Oh, that's a pretty good meme. Did you make that yourself? Ah, yes, NED. Once again, Gen Z protests. National Endowment for Democracy. Did you make that? Please tell me you made it. And if you did, like, we should send it to Brian. Brian will have it in the background of his next video. Be like, see, this is it. National Endowment for Democracy. I'm telling you, people. It was them all along. Let's see who the real person is. All right, let's go.
We're talking about that bolstering up American security against adversaries like China and Iran. How does that look to you? What would your vision be if you were in charge?
Oh, wow. This is the great part. It's and you mentioned really good friends. Javier Milei is a super good friend. Giorgia Meloni has been so supportive to us. And but imagine, you know what we're going to do? We're going to turn Venezuela from the criminal hub of the Americas into the energy hub of the Americas. That's what we're talking about. Forget about Saudi Arabia. Forget about the Saudis. I mean, we have more oil. I mean, infinite potential. And we're going to
so much potential, bro.
Markets. We're going to kick off the government from the oil sector. We are going to privatize all our industries. Venezuela has huge resources: oil, gas, minerals, land, technology. And as you said before, We have a strategic location, hours from the United States. So we're going to do this right. We know what we have to do.
Now, as if that weren't already clear enough,
good.
María Corina Machado emphasized that if the U.S. helps Venezuela's far-right opposition to overthrow President Maduro, not only are they going to sell off all of the oil to U.S. corporations, but she boasted that U.S. companies will make lots and lots of money. Listen here to another very frank admission.
And American companies are in, super strategic position to invest. This country, Venezuela, is going to be.
Man, when they talk about, like, I get there's all this other stuff that goes on, like the politics of it and like the ideology behind it. Like, you got to bring down those socialist dogs who are nationalizing stuff. But he can't just step away from like the material provision here. Is like, hey, the US corporations could make a fuck ton of money out of this. We privatize everything and everyone's got to make bank, baby. Like at the end of the day, like the people that die, they believe in different things. They stock the American armed forces and the War Department, and the people that are fighting ideologically for their own self-determination and sovereignty in Venezuela. Man, they will just die for ideological reasons. At the end of the day, there's some money to be made. And it's just behind everything. I'm surprised she's not slipping out of that chair with how wet she's getting talking about this. I know. And what I can't say, like, because of the angle, I'm not going to say she always looks like this, but because of the angles that she's on at the moment, she looks like she's got the Joker kind of thing going on there. And like every time she smiles and gets so excited about how they're going to just privatize everything in their economy, she's got the full Joker scars going on there. She is a super villain, bro. Trump's entire game plan has been pretty obvious from the start. When you're not drowning in the bias of the culture wars, she should be up on charges for treason, right? That's a pretty interesting point, right? Like she's literally calling for like them to rain death on her country. That's pretty treasonous. Jerry. Did you get that through? Nah, I didn't get through the YouTube censor. That's pretty fucking hilarious. I'd do her. Yeah, well. Just slipping off the chair for you, mate. Trump wants post-World War II USA circa 1955. Yeah, I guess so. Good God. She does have a Joker vibe. It's pretty maniacal, isn't it? Like every time she leans back, you can see it. Like, that's some super villain stuff she's talking about. Kill my people, privatize our resources. And like American businesses, they can make some goddamn money. It's goddamn money.
The brightest opportunity for investment of American companies, of good people that are going to make a lot of money.
There's a perfect term for this kind of people in Spanish, which is vende patria, which literally means to sell your homeland.
You got modded again. I see you, Jizz. You can't say Jizz, sucked in. That's hilarious. They talk about freedom of speech. The word Jizz, like you can't say Jizz. That's outrageous, that is. All right, let's learn Spanish.
And this is which
Make
I need to
a
get my
lot
culture up.
of money.
There's a perfect term for this kind of people in Spanish, which is vende patria, which literally means to sell your homeland. And this is literally what the far-right opposition in Venezuela wants to do. They want to sell their natural resources and sell their industries and assets to the U.S. And this is precisely why the U.S. government has been funding María Corina Machado for decades. This is why she was invited to the White House to meet with George W. Bush in 2005, right after he invaded Iraq in an illegal war of aggression. And this is precisely why this U.S. puppet was given a so-called Nobel Peace Prize, because the Norwegian Nobel Committee has a long history of supporting U.S. war criminals and U.S. government-funded operatives in countries that the U.S. is targeting for regime change and coups. And when I say the U.S. government wants a coup in Venezuela, I'm not in any way exaggerating. The Financial Times published an article revealing that María Corina Machado is working closely with the Trump administration as the U.S. military surrounds Venezuela, bombs Venezuelan boats, kills Venezuelans without charge and trial, and potentially makes plans to invade Venezuela, or at least launch airstrikes and bomb Venezuela inside Venezuelan territory. And Maria Corina Machado is proud of the fact that she's a coup leader trying to overthrow Venezuela's constitutional president Maduro and install a U.S. puppet regime. In this interview she did with Donald Trump Jr., she bragged that she is leading an effort to overthrow Maduro, and she boasted that when she becomes the U.S. puppet leader of Venezuela, Venezuela will be the closest U.S. ally in all of the Western Hemisphere, as she put it, which is another way of saying a puppet regime. Listen here.
We will never surrender. We have a plan to get rid of Maduro. We are executing it, and we will win this battle. They want to come back to rebuild a nation that is going to be the strongest ally in the region for the United States and democracies in the Western Hemisphere.
Now, I've already discussed how Maria Corina Machado and the right-wing opposition in Venezuela strongly support Israel, and they hate the Palestinian people. They're extremely racist against Palestinians and Muslims in general. And in her interview with Donald Trump Jr., Machado emphasized that her enemies just so happen to be all of the enemies of the U.S. empire, including China, Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Palestinians in general. Listen here, she makes it very clear what her priorities are.
Venezuela has been hijacked by a gang that is connected to drug cartels and to the enemies of the United States, such as Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, China, and so on.
And
He's really showing off his pronunciation skills. Yeah, no, I'm jealous. I'm so jealous.
in this interview with Donald Trump Jr., she heaped praise on Donald Trump and just showed how much of a shameless, sycophantic puppet she truly is.
Savage,
Listen here.
bro.
For me,
Savage.
that present,
What about tummy banana juice? Oh my god, bro. Seriously. I'll take all the other ones, but that one's too much. Banana juice. Fucking hell.
Trump is on the side of the Venezuelan people, of democracy and prosperity for the US and for Venezuela as well. And it gives me the opportunity to send my gratitude to President Trump through you.
Machado also insisted that this is the moment when she, with the support of the US government, is going to overthrow Maduro. Now, of course, what she did not mention is that during Donald Trump's first term as US president, Washington backed another coup attempt in Venezuela with another puppet who wanted to sell off Venezuela's assets to the US. At that time, the US-backed coup puppet was Juan Guaido. Now, Guaido had never participated in a presidential election.
Guaido. Did you hear that? Anyone? Like, just clip me, and then you can replay it in your head every time that I say the wrong thing. But it's Juan Guaido. There it is. Just for you, Avalava, and just for you, Indoctrinathan. I have now culturified myself. I'm up there.
But Trump designated him as the so-called interim president of Venezuela in 2019, and then the U.S. and its Western allies stole billions of dollars of assets from Venezuela. Still today, the Bank of England refuses to give Venezuela back the billions of dollars worth of gold that were stolen. But that coup attempt obviously failed, which is why now Donald Trump in his second term is using the U.S. military to bomb Venezuelans and to directly threat...
What, they stole their gold? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, what, do they have it deposited in England somewhere? Like, is that right? Just weighing my options. Undie iguana saliva? Fuck, it's gross, man. Seriously. Oh my god. Some of that sticky, icky. Oh my god. Seriously. Look, we're talking about death and destruction raining upon Venezuela because of their oil reserves here. All right? Can you two take this seriously, please? People are potentially dying because the US wants oil and to install a puppet. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah, damn. Ah, damn it, we need to go through and set up your Twitch properly so we can clip stuff with prompts. Yeah, I know. I got a lot of work to do. Well done. Bravo. I'll never question your cultural education again. Though, that's a bourgeoisie idea anyway. Thank you. Couldn't have said it better myself. Eh? That high culture, it's all bougie, baby, anyway. Eh? We try. And that's the working class appeal right there. As long as you're trying, that's the main thing. We are talking about creating new life. We are trying to offset the misery. You know what? I'll pay that. Continue. Jerry Poppins indoctrinated. Not indoctrinated. Dilemmas. You too. Enjoy your creating new life conversation. You're right. Oil reserves isn't a bad one either. All right. What was I going to fact check? I don't understand this concept. Have the British somehow cut... Have the British somehow cut off or denied the Venezuelans access to their gold? Venezuelans. What a claim that he's making there. It's interesting. What does that mean? It's like when you have like reserves in somebody else's currency and then they can, like what they did to Russia and stuff, and they froze. Yes, there is a long-running legal dispute in the UK over Venezuela's gold held in the Bank of England. There you go. Why hold it in the Bank of England? The UK's... By many accounts, the UK has prevented Nicolas Maduro's government from accessing at least some of the gold. The key issue is that since about 2019, the UK government has been among the number of governments who recognize Juan, I can't remember how to pronounce his name, Guaido, as the constitutional interim president of Venezuela. So they're all in on it, or at least recognized him for the certain purposes. Because of that recognition, when the Central Bank of Venezuela under Maduro asked for the gold to be released, the Bank of England and the UK courts have often refused to comply, citing the UK government currently treats Guaido or the board appointed to him by the authority of the power to act as some Venezuelan assets. Damn. So that must be part of the sanctions then, right? They just don't let... Here, we'll hold your gold for you, but you can't have access to it when you want. Damn, that's fucking mental. My God. London holds plenty of gold. Yeah, far out. But like, would you trust someone who holds gold for you but won't give it to you? Because London is a financial hub of the liberal world order. Didn't the US do that to everyone post World War II? Baby milkshake. Oh my God. Is that getting through as well? Yeah, it is. I know it didn't. That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. I wonder if it's because it's not screened properly. No, it is. Washington is a military arm. The Vatican is a religious arm. That's why each place is a country within a country and has its own law enforcement separate from the state. That's interesting. Hey, you've been listening to Ron, have you? Hey? And the Vatican is the religious arm. London, Rome, Washington. There it is. It's the trifecta. That's it. All right. I'm sorry. Sorry, Ron.
Military intervention to physically overthrow Maduro and install a neo-colonial puppet regime led by María Corina Machado. So this is why in this interview, Machado insisted that this is the biggest ever opportunity and this is the moment when the US puppet is going to take control of Venezuela.
Believe me, Maduro is terrified with Donald Trump. Terrified. We've never had a bigger opportunity than we have right now, biggest opportunity to move ahead and make them understand that their only option is a negotiated, orderly, peaceful transition. And this, what you just told me, is exactly the path ahead.
Now, it's not just Donald Trump who's supporting this far-right Venezuelan extremist. There are also other U.S. government officials working closely with María Corina Machado. She admitted this in this interview with Donald Trump Jr. Among the people she named were Marco Rubio, who's the second most powerful person in the U.S. government after Donald Trump. Rubio is now simultaneously serving as the Secretary of State, that is the head of U.S. foreign policy, and the National Security Advisor, the head of the National Security Council. And Marco Rubio, for his entire life, has been dedicated to overthrowing the socialist government in Cuba and also the socialist Sandinista government in Nicaragua. And in this interview, Machado made it clear that after...
Ron is a genius and I won't hear anything else. Whipped cream discharger, web singer. Ron could learn stuff from me. I'm sure he could. I wonder if he'll ever come back.
The U.S.-backed far-right opposition in Venezuela tries to overthrow the Venezuelan government. Their goal would be to also overthrow the governments of Cuba and Nicaragua and to overthrow all socialist governments in Latin America. I mean, this is their far-right imperialist neo-colonialist vision, is they want to sell off all of the assets in Latin America to U.S. corporations, to privatize everything and turn Latin America into a U.S. colony. So listen to this very revealing admission by this U.S. puppet.
And I have great relations, I have to say, with many members of the Trump administration. Mike Waltz has been a true champion, ally of the Venezuelan cause. Of course, he's the National Security Advisor. Marco Rubio, while he was a senator, he was one of the strongest voices to defend the Venezuelan cause and Cuba and Nicaragua, because once Maduro goes, you will see Cuba and Nicaragua fall as well, and Venezuela and Latin America and the Americas will be, for the first time, free of socialism and communism and tyrannies. And certainly we have great friends in Congress.
Hey, like I'm all for it. Yeah, get rid of the dirty commies and the socialists, but free of tyrannies. Come on, man. Hey, that's like literally the opposite of what has been happening in that place. Like there's been a lot of tyrannies, and you don't get that from bringing in like neoliberal stooges. Actually, you get more of that, eh? The right-wing style, don't you? Man, the rhetoric is heavy.
Such as Senator Rick Scott and the representatives Mario Diaz-Balart, Maria Elvira Salazar, Carlos Jimenez, the Speaker, Johnson. So Johnson is a great supporter of our cause. So we know we are surrounded by a great team that trusts Venezuela, and we trust them as well.
These puppets, these vendepatrias.
Yeah, when they hated, remember before the election when the MAGA base hated Rubio till Trump liked him and now he's great? Well, like Rubio was a direct competitor, wasn't he? He was a presidential candidate. And so they hated each other when necessary. But like Rubio was also, like, he's well connected, right? And so Trump could use him very well. Strategic friendship there.
Like María Corina Machado, they see Latin America as the colonial so-called backyard of the U.S. empire, and they're proud of it. They want to be the representatives, the loyal puppets of the U.S. empire in the region. And of course, Marco Rubio has dedicated his life to working with these far-right U.S. puppets in Latin America. Rubio is the son of right-wing wealthy Cubans who fled Cuba. Actually, they fled before the Cuban Revolution, which was in 1959. Marco Rubio has lied about that fact. Rubio has falsely claimed that his parents were so-called refugees of communism, which is a complete lie. Ironically, his parents fled when Cuba was still run by a right-wing U.S.-backed puppet dictator, Fulgencio Batista, who was a brutal dictator. But regardless, the point is that Rubio comes from these far-right coup-plotting groups in Miami, Florida. And María Corina Machado also pointed out that she's working with other U.S. government officials and politicians from Florida, including members of U.S. Congress. She names them. And she's working with Mike Waltz, who's a neoconservative war hawk, who was previously Donald Trump's national security advisor, and he's now the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Now, another thing that María Corina Machado admitted in this interview is that Elon Musk, the world's richest billionaire oligarch, has been helping the right-wing opposition in Venezuela. I'm sure he would like to profit from the mass privatization, not only of Venezuela's oil and natural gas, but also of the critical minerals that Venezuela has. It has many natural resources, and U.S. billionaire oligarchs like Musk would love to profit from them. But anyway, in this interview, Machado thanked Elon Musk for giving his Starlink technology to the right-wing opposition in Venezuela to help them to try to destabilize Venezuela's independent government. And Donald Trump Jr. revealed that Elon Musk gave the right-wing opposition in Venezuela 160 Starlink antennas, which, by the way, I think this was breaking news. I didn't see this reported elsewhere.
She got 160 Starlink antennas from Elon Musk's company.
We were able to put them on a website thanks to Starlink how to say the Starlink equipment that we have got secretly uncovered in our country.
So we now have multiple examples of Elon Musk using his Starlink technology as a political weapon to try.
Yes, that's what all I could think about was like this type of technology that he controls in terms of the satellite capability to provide internet in a surveillance capitalist world to anyone he chooses to provide assistance to is not just a decision economically anymore, which is, it bears fruit economically, don't get me wrong, but it's a tool of political sway, foreign interference, grand plans for imperialism, whatever you want to call it. But like it is a device to help support the takeover of political systems around the world that are contrary to whatever your desires are. So he wants access to minerals, then he'll give it to people that are going to destabilize the country and allow him to get access to minerals. This is some crazy imperialist stuff that's going on via Elon Musk there. And it also just makes me think as well that, the bullshit feud that was happening between Elon Musk and Donald Trump when Elon Musk, called him out for Epstein files and all that sort of stuff. And, they're not fighting. They're still well in bed with one another. They all know the score. They all know the bloody score. They're all friends. They're all lining each other's pockets. It's fucking mental. Ben speaks Spanish. He used to write his articles in English and Spanish, hence why he can speak it with such finesse. I never bought that. And doesn't this show it? Like he's still out there just flaunting his technology and like doing the bidding of the American political machine. And so like this dynasty that's in power at the moment, the Trump dynasty and all of the people that hang out and feed off that little power club. And like he's just out there helping them out. Oh, you need some Starlink? All right, I'll drop it to this puppet. Like, you guys want anything else? You want fries with that? It's crazy. They're just chilling out with each other, and the plebs are all fighting quote culture war bullshit over it, and they're just laughing in the background. They were sitting together ringside at a recent UFC event too. There you go. There you can go, hey? I'm glad she's finally shouting down the communist plight. I like this evil woman. Her accent makes my secret sausage tingle. Lovely. Rubio was deep state, but now it's Trump's deep state, so it's okay. I let her ping my Starlink modem, if you know what I mean. That wasn't even related at all. Yeah, okay, it's kind of related. You put the word Starlink in there, I guess. Fine. I understand that one then. I let her download my data stream. If you know what I mean. Oh my God.
Try to destabilize the geopolitical adversaries of the U.S. empire, because Musk has also used Starlink to support Ukraine in the NATO proxy war against Russia. And Musk also gave Starlink technology to U.S.-backed protesters in Iran.
And like, isn't it like really timely as well? Like how they're using this stuff at certain points, like once the Trump regime starts to accept, okay, we're going to push out a little bit more and give them more access to things, like in the Ukraine, I mean, like then they start to Like, it's just another arm of imperialism. There's the political, kind of geopolitical imperialism, and there's like the, the Leninist form of imperialism, which is just how the corporations take over the world, and use their assets to, dictate foreign policy. Fuck, it's mental. And they were never really fighting. They might have had like a little disagreement, but like, come on. The degenerate duo of the stream going ham today. Yeah, they are fucking going ham. Oh my god.
To destabilize the Iranian government. So we now know that Elon Musk's Starlink technology has been used against Russia, Iran, and Venezuela. Now, another issue that was discussed in this interview was Bitcoin. The Trump family is extremely corrupt. Not only did Donald Trump and his wife Melania Trump both launch meme coins that led many retail investors to lose huge sums of money, and they're also vehicles that can be used by billionaires and oligarchs and foreign governments to bribe the Trump family. But in addition to all of that blatant corruption, the Trump family has made billions of dollars in wealth from crypto schemes, and in particular, the Trump family-controlled company WLFI, World Liberty Financial Incorporated. And of course, before he became president, Trump was already a billionaire, but now he's one of the largest investors in Bitcoin on Earth. Forbes reported in October that Donald Trump held around $870 million, nearly $1 billion worth of Bitcoin indirectly through his company, the Truth Media and Technology Group, which also runs Truth Social, which is Trump's Twitter copy website. So it's obvious why the Trump family is promoting Bitcoin at every opportunity they have, which is very ironic because libertarian supporters of Bitcoin from the beginning have claimed that crypto would challenge fiat money and they would challenge the government and the state. But actually what we've seen is that the government, the US government, is trying to take over Bitcoin and merging Bitcoin with the US Treasury and with the state and the Trump family personally. And now also Wall Street has significant control over the Bitcoin industry. In fact, the largest known holder of Bitcoin on Earth is BlackRock, the biggest asset manager on Earth, the Wall Street juggernaut. BlackRock's ETF, its Bitcoin ETF, which is IBIT, IBIT, now holds nearly $100 billion worth of Bitcoin. That's around 800,000 Bitcoin. According to the Financial Times, this means that BlackRock may now hold more Bitcoin than Satoshi Nakamoto, who's the supposed creator of Bitcoin, although I'm actually very skeptical about whether or not that is actually a person or if it's the CIA or a government agency or who knows. I've always been very skeptical of this ridiculous narrative about the so-called decentralization of Bitcoin, which everyone knows has been used by US spy agencies and US government agencies from the very beginning. And now Bitcoin has basically merged with the US government and with Wall Street. But anyway, I went on a long aside there, but the point I'm emphasizing is that it's not surprising to hear that Donald Trump Jr. asked this longtime US government-funded Venezuelan coup plotter, María Corina Machado, he asked her about Bitcoin, and her response, of course, was, "I love Bitcoin." And she said that if she succeeds in overthrowing Venezuela's government and creating a US puppet regime, she's also going to adopt Bitcoin just like Trump has done.
Well, I've been into Bitcoin for quite a time. And I think in the case of Venezuela, we have huge opportunities for Bitcoin in our government. And I have also talked about it in several specialized spaces, because I think that the oil sector could also have put a lot of boost and energy in Bitcoin in Venezuela.
So this is the US puppet who was given the so-called Nobel Peace Prize. I've already shown in great detail how she wants to sell off Venezuela to the US empire. She wants to serve the interests of US corporations and Wall Street, and she's proud of it. She doesn't hide it. On that note, I'm going to conclude. I am Ben Norton. I'm the editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy Report. I want to thank everyone for joining me today. Please like and subscribe. Please share this. I will see you all next time.
Well, that was rather depressing. But there you go. We did our own little pre-investigation there, but it's nothing like what Ben can do. My God. But wow. Wow. The Nobel Peace Prize awarded to someone who is not only just a puppet of Western imperialism and more specifically focused on US foreign policy and its requirements in the Western Hemisphere, defending itself or shoring up its interests in its own backyard to ensure its continued supremacy, not only in the region, but across the world. Not only is she a puppet of that, which is interesting, but like she's someone who openly advocates for a foreign power to kill her own people. She's advocating, she supports the fact that the US have been bombing boats in the Caribbean that are full of Venezuelans. She's openly supporting the US government coming in and invading her people and her country. Like when that happens, when they come in, like when the Romans get to the gates kind of thing, they don't just come in peacefully. There'll be a lot of people that die. This is treasonous activity. She's someone that supports Israel's, UN stated genocide in Palestine. This is not a peaceful person. This is not really a peaceful person. It's very, very interesting stuff. Like, this is the Western narrative as it gears up to psychologically prepare people for the notion that the US might have to actually unleash the fury on Venezuela. They might not be able to get away with things as we've seen through covert operations and general, saber rattling. They might actually have to go in there and start killing Venezuelans. If they want, for some reason, because they so desperately desire access to Venezuela for some reason. Like, let's be honest. Like, the US have had the shale revolution. They've got fracking. Like, why the do they need Venezuelan oil? They're set. The US is set. It's fine. Like, resource, if they are reneging, as we have seen through our investigations and reading of Project 2025, they are reneging on a lot of their, evil woke energy policy that's centered on some type of green or sustainable technology. They're turning back to fossil fuels and they got that shit covered. Though they don't really care too much about what happens in the Middle East because their life doesn't depend on it anymore. And so, if Israel wants to destabilize the region, whatever. But, if Trump can, broker a peace, then, he just looks good on the world stage and he'll be remembered as the person that brought peace to the Middle East or something like that. After years of American destabilization to get access to the oil requirements to shore up the global market, so their version of global trade can continue the globalized system of capitalistic enterprise. And so, why do they even need Venezuelan oil anyway? This really just seems to be another dash grab on neoliberal policy, which is, okay, there's a country that does have a lot of resources and minerals. So, like we've done throughout Latin America anyway, let's just destabilize the country, put in a puppet, and then our companies can go in there. We can have foreign capital movement into the country, and so people can just make bank on that. So you can't even argue for energy security purposes anymore. It's not even really necessary for energy security. It's just making bank and killing people in the interim. And that's the Nobel Peace Prize winner. Somebody who's cool with that. Yeah, come in, blast the door down, take over, assassinate people, stage a military coup, let thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people's lives be affected by this. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Give her the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Man, the tools of propaganda that we have to live with are so extreme. And we have to digest this stuff all the time. And it's nice to question everything, but fuck me dead. When do we get reprieve from this? When do we get any reprieve from the propaganda that's out there? The US wants total control, won't accept anything less. Hence why the phrase barbarism or socialism is so prescient. Yeah, fair enough. It is prescient, I'll give you that. It's also incredibly difficult to fight against a machine like that. When even things that appear to be, weapons of some type of hope for the human race, like something like a Nobel Peace Prize commission, is really just a tool in liberal Western narrative building. Yeah, I'm not going to just say it, just general Western propaganda tool. They do seem to have a liberal bent on them. But hey, what's the story that you want to fashion today? We don't like Venezuela either. Nobody likes this idea that someone could nationalize things and look after their own population. That sort of stuff doesn't go down in a bourgeois society. We need to make sure that everybody's open up for market exploitation. And again, people that are cut themselves off from the world or are willing to stand up and be cut off from the global economy, if everybody started to do that and started to prepare themselves to be cut off from the world economy, if everyone did that, global capitalism would fail. We can't have that. So let's prepare the ground and make sure it's fertile for people to accept military intervention in Venezuela. And that's what the Nobel Peace Committee is complicit in. This is some really depressing shit. This is some incredibly depressing shit. There really is absolutely no hope for the human race under this type of bourgeois system. It's all about control, yes, but it's really control for the sake of making sure you have access to shit and depriving others from having access to that stuff. It's not even control, like I said, for the sake of security. It is literally control for the sake of hoarding shit and depriving others from access to it. So much for the free market, bro. So much for fucking competition. My ass. I just stopped all the dirty talk. Don't you dare say a word like fracking. So good. Just when you think maybe it's me, maybe I'm down the wrong rabbit holes, then it gets thrown in your face. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Hairy bull juice. I hate when people renege on you these days. Very good, almost. Bugger, I ruined my joke because of my fat finger. Yeah. Hey, not that time. We can still hope he reads it, Dilemmas. I'm hoping. Come on, you good thing. The anticipation is killing me, like boat people out of Venezuela. Oh my God. Nobel Peace Prize was always a crock of shit. It ain't no prize for chemistry or physics. I don't know. This chat gives me hope all the time. No, damn. Yeah, I missed it. I read it just fast enough. I'm going to get caught out. I do get caught out enough. Ben had a video talking about the corruption of the Nobel Committee too. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. But if all roads lead to Rome, everything out there is some type of system that is geared towards this complete and utter domination, ideologically reinforcing the base, then it is really up to us. There is nothing else we can do. There is really nothing else that we can do. But stock the political spectrum with people that align with something that is anti-capitalist. That's literally all you can do. Every institution out there is conceivably geared towards, they don't even just exist impartially. They are just by nature, consciously or not, indirectly or directly, somehow feeding and supporting the system. You don't even have things that just exist for the sake of existence. at all. Everything is part of the superstructure and feeds back into somehow supporting the bourgeois dynamic here, which is these guys just have the world is their playground. It is just literally for them to move capital around and like destroy people's lives in the pursuit of resource extraction and labor market control, just basically controlling labor. Like that's really everything is about for these psychopaths. Like everything is geared towards that. I know, like I shouldn't be surprised by that, but the more you go down these holes, it just shows you how all of this is so interconnected. It's fucked. It's heavy, man. My God. Even in light of all of the banter in the chat about various ways of saying jizz. Even in the face of that. And like, let's go have a look at some more stuff that's depressing then, shall we? Let's have a look. We're going to change gears to see what the hell's happening in mainland Europe with NATO and stuff like that. Now, I talk about PSYOPs, like what's really going on. So I don't know if you've heard about this, but Pete Hegseth, and so the headline goes, Pete Hegseth said, "We're coming for you, Putin. U.S. Defense Chief Hegseth and NATO allies unite against Putin." Now, this is some crazy stuff too, because up until very recently, and again, where are the MAGA people here that were like, we don't want war, we want peace, or like, we're going to withdraw from war. Trump is the president of peace. Like, this is potentially, like, I haven't heard it, so we're all going to watch this together, unless you guys are across this. But NATO is really gearing up for an affront, or like for a full-on war here with the Russians, and the US are seemingly coming to the table. It really looked like 6 months ago the US was like, you guys are on your own. If you guys don't want to spend the money on the military, we're not going to back you. Like, we've done enough over the last, 80 years. We've done enough for you guys. You're on your own now. And it would seem that Hegseth is changing the tune here. This is potentially a world-changing event right here. When people have been speaking about World War III, traditionally, or for the last few years anyway, it has always been in the context of China and what is happening potentially in the South China Sea and, specifically in the Taiwan Strait. And it's like, hey, China's going to start World War III. But like, we are looking at like World War III on a couple of fronts here, which is exactly what World War II was really defined about. There was the European front and there was the Pacific front. And we are seeing these battle lines being drawn again here. But like, I can't believe that the administration is turning around after, licking the boots of Putin and like rolling out the red carpet for him, because Trump's ego was so sure that he could just use Putin and get him to like do whatever the hell he wanted so he can have another notch on the belt to get himself a Nobel Peace Prize. And then when he figured out Putin's got his own intentions and like isn't going to just listen to Trump and roll over and like withdraw from the war, now they're coming out hard. It would seem the Americans, they're coming out hard. They're like, well, if Putin's not going to roll over for Trump, and like Trump's ego wasn't able to solve the day for everyone, Mr. Art of the deal, then let's just go after Putin directly then. And so like, let's actually have a look. Before I speculate anymore, let's have a look at what they're actually threatening here, Hegseth and the NATO chief.
Full scale. Full scale.
What a clip.
I really want to welcome Pete Hegseth here to NATO again, to the defense ministers meeting. This will be an important meeting because we had a success.
Right. U.S. Secretary of Defense, that's a bit outdated. The Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, has arrived in Brussels, and this was 19 hours ago, okay, for a high-stakes meeting of NATO defense ministers as global tensions with Russia reach a boiling point. Standing alongside NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, or Rutte, I guess Rutte maybe, Hegseth vowed peace through strength. Oh my God. Fucking hell. All right, let's listen to them. So he's in Brussels. He's back again. Fuck, they're just moving all over the world at the moment, are they? Interesting.
Successful summit in The Hague. And there is now much more cash on the table. There is firepower coming out of our defense industry, which is so important. And we are doing everything collectively to keep Ukraine strong. But I particularly want to thank President Trump and you personally for your leadership and the whole team for the fact that NATO is now much stronger, more lethal, but it is also fairer. Because we know that since President Eisenhower, there was this constant irritant that, yes, NATO was there, the US was committed, but also had a clear expectation that EU allies and Canada would step up. And we took that historic decision in The Hague, thanks to your leadership, equalizing defense spending on this side of the pond and in Canada with what the US is spending. And I think that's extremely important. And I also want to thank President Trump and you personally again, and of course the whole American leadership team for the fact that when it comes to Ukraine, you decided to again make sure that they have what they need from the US, paid for by allies, and that program is now running. 2 billion committed so far, and today I expect many new announcements of countries who will participate. So all in all, we are making great progress. Again, thank you so much, Pete, for everything you are doing. Mark.
It's great to see you. Great to see you. Absolutely. Great to be here. And Mark mentioned it, firepower. That's what is coming, we expect and is coming from NATO. And it was a historic summit just a couple of months ago, brought about by leadership of President Trump to say we need our allies to step up. And they did, and they have in those commitments. Now those commitments will soon translate into capabilities, which is the most important aspect of it. And one part of that, of course, is Pearl, is the initiative where European countries buy U.S. weapons, transfer to NATO for the fight in Ukraine to bring peace to that conflict. And if there's anything we've learned under President Trump, is the active application of peace through strength. Yes. You get peace when you are strong, not when you use strong words or wag your finger. You get it when you have strong and real capabilities that adversaries respect. And I believe that's what NATO is doing. I believe that's what the Pearl Initiative is. So our expectation today is that more countries donate even more, that they purchase even more to provide for Ukraine to bring that conflict to a peaceful conclusion. I would also note a historic moment as well for a lot of things to happen, given what the president's been able to do in Gaza and throughout the Middle East. I think the world is seeing that we have a peace president who seeks that peace through standing by those that stand with the United States and stand for peace, which is what we saw there, and I hope we can see in Ukraine.
Fucking not in Venezuela. My God.
So that's the focus of our efforts. We're going to be strong to bring that about, and thanks for having us.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. See you later today at the Pressers.
All right, so they're moving in. They're moving in. Like, nothing too, like, strange or new in that rhetoric. Like, it's just basically, okay, we expected you guys to spend more money, and you're spending some more money. Ramp it up again. Like, you know, Yanis Varoufakis, when we were listening to him speak about this, what, a few months ago now? And they start, like, all the language that was coming out of the evil lefties and their intellectual class, like about the military Keynesianism, and like military Keynesianism is not the answer to the economic woes of Europe. They seem to be going full ball towards the military Keynesianism right now. They're going hard at the military Keynesianism. Had to disappear for a minute. Did they explain how America is the only one who can process Venezuelan heavy crude oil, and American factories can only process heavy crude? Like, there's big things sitting there rotting that could make money. Down. Yeah, it's a good point, actually. Who's got the industry to process? It's really been a century of war with small intervals when people need to restock ammo and people. What time in human history hasn't just been constant war? Just got to sit back and slam 12 beers. Yeah. Not the wrist advised. His accent sounds like a tin can fighting cutlery while rolling down a hill. Peace through war. Now, where have I heard that before? Yeah, and I talk about it. The Orwellian language is huge these days. He sounds like a life coach. New you starts today. Okay? All you have to do is spend an extra few $1 billion over the next few months, and you could have total peace and stability. So here it comes. They're ramping it up, and they're pushing back. Again, it would seem And it's hard to get inside the head of a man as complex as Donald Trump and the persons in his administration. But it would seem that they really banked on him somehow just being able to convince Putin, I guess, that like, hey, it's going to be okay. You just withdraw and everything will be fine. Like, come on. It's Trump, man. You and me go way back, Putin. And Putin was just like, roll out the red carpet, do whatever the fuck you want. I'm going to still do what Putin wants to do, kind of thing. And then they realized that, like, gift of the gab, Trump, Mr. Art of the Deal, wasn't going to do anything. And here we are. The rhetoric is very different to 6 months ago. They were literally talking, like, you know, like before even his inauguration, about how it was everything was Ukraine's fault. Like the entire situation, like Ukraine started the war and like they are like evil. And like that's some interesting rhetoric, don't get me wrong. It's probably closer to the reality than anything else that anyone has ever said. But it was just like pro-Russian slop that they were really just divulging into, because they just wanted to divest any responsibility of their NATO obligations. And now they're in full ball. It's so weird. Like they couldn't use Trump's art of the deal skills with Putin. And so now they're just gonna go in there and like, how blatant was he? He was just like, yeah, you guys spend all this money and you can just buy weapons off the Americans. Hey, our military industrial complex is gonna love this. We're gonna love this. America wins either way, baby. America wins. The industrialists make more arms. And when we listen to Brian from the New Atlas, like his talking point is, I'm sorry, but the Russian, whether you like it or not, Russian military industrial complex and Chinese military industrial complex is geared towards use production. They produce to be used. The Americans, or the Western style production for arms manufacturing, is for profit. And so they're really just building stuff and hoping that will supply their requirements. But when it comes to, like, you know, with Russia and China, they're building stuff because they want it to be used and they know it needs to be used on the front line. So their productive capacity is much greater than the West. And so you have these meetings and these guys just standing around and they're just like, we need a few extra $1 billion. We need, $10 billion. We need $20 billion. Like, what you got? Every time they meet, they're squeezing more billions of dollars out of the EU, basically. Every time they meet, they're just like, oh, you need more weapons. You're not going to meet the requirements that you need to, bring an end to the Ukraine war here. You need to actually fight. You need more billions of dollars. And you're doing well. And you've ramped up your spending, but you need to spend a little bit more, every time a little bit more. And then they just buy, because they don't have the capacity at the moment. They don't have the capability, the C word they like using. So like, buy some more weapons off the States for now until you're in the clear and you can look after yourselves. And every time they have a meeting like this, it's the same fucking rhetoric. Buy some more weapons, spend a few $1 billion more. And the Europeans are suffering. Their economy is shite. And they're printing money to spend on arms manufacturing and weapons spending from American sources. Again, while their economies are absolutely shite and shot. And like, the people that are looking good on this side of the political spectrum over in the European nations are people like the right-wing political parties who are just like, hello, we don't want to engage in any more wars. Like, you have your, parties like the Alternative for Deutschland party in Germany. Like, they campaigned on a MAGA-style premise of, like, we don't want to get Germany involved in any more wars. And, like, they seem like the sane ones here saying shit like that. But, like, at the end of the day, let's be honest. Here we are. And they're spending money on military. They're just spending more money on arms. And like, the military Keynesianism is the answer to their economic woes. Fucking mental. Hegseth and NATO, the best of buds. And everyone should have bear arms. They're the best. How could anyone misconstrue the Second Amendment? You heard them in Europe. Europe. Time to create your own military industrial complex. Yeah, where have you been? Eh? Resting on your laurels. Time to build up your own industrial complex for arms manufacturing. And in the meantime, buy all of our stuff and keep on expecting more and more money. Keep on pumping more and more money into it.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, media representatives. Today is an important day after The Hague. The defense ministers of NATO are meeting. Today also have a meeting among the European Union ministers as well. So it once more underlines the importance of cooperating, of synergy between two institutions, between the EU and NATO. It is important that we invest in military industry in Europe, actually to achieve the NATO military targets, capability targets. So that's why investment is crucial. What we have decided...
We're openly talking about just war here. Like, it's just so normal that everyone's just like, yeah, we just need to spend more money on the military. Like, this is just fucking normal. Like, let's just spend more money on ensuring that we can kill people. That's really what it is. And it's like all I know under the cover and the auspices of, like, you know, fighting the war in Ukraine and liberating the Ukrainian people from the evil Russian aggressor. But like, that's the justification for all of this as we descend into the same type of environment that led us to world wars in the past. Like, everyone's just like, everyone's just on board with this. Look at how openly this guy is speaking. He's just like, yeah, we need a fucking military industrial complex. We need this shit. And we're getting the EU together because they're going to be on board. So they need to be across. The EU needs to be across what NATO's requirements are. And so the EU's function now is to supply arms and create the manufacturing environment required for NATO to function. That's basically what they're talking about here. Peace through strength, right? Let's just arm ourselves up till the hilt. That will ensure world peace, is the argument here. Just like World War One, got to test out these crazy new weapons somehow. Hey, yeah, fucking hell.
In The Hague, it must be also implemented, so the implementation stage is important. Latvia is doing its homework. Already we agreed that next year's budget will be almost 5% from our GDP, and 2027 it's more than 5%, so we are moving to implementing all those capability targets. The second important aspect, what we will be discussing today, of course, everything which is related to air defense. So air defense is crucial, so that's why Eastern Sentry, the NATO Eastern Sentry, is instrumental in providing also additional assets, but it's also about national activities. So nationally, it is important to build a especially system which is able to deal with drones, to counter drones. So detection, the countermeasures, and also integration command chains are absolutely crucial in this regard. Latvia has introduced acoustic detection system, one of the first such ones. So of course for us, the eastern flank, the eastern border, we must remember it's not just Latvia's eastern border, but it's also the external border of EU and NATO. Last but not least,
Fucking crazy, man. Honestly. They're just so open about it. Like, it's like, whatever. Let's just openly talk about bringing on all-out continental European warfare anyway. Not that that doesn't drag everyone into all-out war, but like it's like we've learned nothing as a human race. And the battle lines are being drawn against who's on the right side and who's on the wrong side here, right? Why didn't that work? Look at this one. NATO chief
to make attribution difficult.
Warns if China attacks Taiwan, Putin could move against NATO. Like this is the conversation. This is part of the story as well. It's China and Russia, I guess, and Iran, North Korea, I guess, versus the West. And like other people are going to have to pick sides. Like, what does India do? What do the South Africans do? You know, what are the people going to do in the Indo-Pacific region? What are they going to do? Yeah, they're going to start picking sides. But it's kind of like, yeah, if China's on board and Putin starts to do stuff like more intensely, it's fucking on again, man. They just spent 2 years testing their weapons on Gaza. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's why Israel's so important, right? And that's why they do say that openly. They're like, hey, this is battle-tested stuff. We've tried this technology out. And they mean that, as in, like, they're using this in Gaza and stuff like that. And it's not just the technology, like the hardware. They're talking about the software, too. Like, all the techno-feudalists out there, the tech bros that are supporting Israel, like, they're testing out their AI capabilities and helping figure out how to really make that shit work, kind of thing. Man. That was the guy who called Trump daddy. Who are you referring to? Who? Chief Rut? Is that who we're speaking about here? Trump admitted openly in his speech to the Knesset. Oh, right. What? That they'd been testing stuff out? Ugh. Oh. It is scary when you pay attention, isn't it?
Responsible to make attribution difficult and also give the Kremlin some plausible deniability. But we also know from whether it be in the Baltic Sea or the fact that many of the FPV drone sightings over military sites and civilian infrastructure in Western Europe either remain unattributed or they took a very long time for an investigation to be carried out. So how can NATO ensure a decisive response to deter future hybrid warfare from Russia whilst maintaining the credibility not only of its response but of its intelligence?
Well, step one is to acknowledge the fact that we are 25 times bigger than Russia. The overall NATO economy is 50 trillion to 2 trillion for Russia. It's not bigger than the state of Texas, not bigger than the combined economies of the Netherlands and Belgium. Of course, with a nuclear capability. So I would not compare it completely with Belgium and the Netherlands. But obviously, let's not overstate what Russia is capable of. And we know that they're fighting.
Yeah, I read it. I'll read it out for you, okay? I'd like to battle test my warheads on this lady. All right? It's not your best work, but it made me giggle. All right? I'll get it. Mark loves Daddy Trump, right? They treat the military-industrial complex as stocks because that's what this is about. Yeah, I get. Yeah, I know. But like they're playing with warfare as well. It's not just like investing in something, I don't know, like real estate. You know, like this is, and like they'll want a return on the investment as well. And once they get the complex going, as we've described, like, you know, many times in the Marxian understanding of how capitalism works, like you need to destroy the value that you're creating because it's not like it's that they're manufacturing cars or something like that or washing machines. They're making bombs. Mostly are drones, and they need to, you know, burn through them so they can justify making more of them. Yeah, fuck. It's mental. Hello, I hate children. What a way to introduce yourself. Real Hillary Klein? Real Hillary Klein? Hello, I hate children, including my own. Fair enough. Is that you, NATO? Is that who you're? Is this a NATO representative? Is that you? Hey, Rut? Speaking about hating your own children, so you're going to send them to die? They are the merchants of death. Yeah, I guess so. And like NATO is kind of their diplomatic arm, I guess. You know, like out of all the introductions that we've had into the stream for AS, you got to say like that was a storm into the chat. Hello, I hate children, including my own. I haven't had that one before, and we've had some characters, man. Is Hassan in the room with you right now, Hilla?
The jet pilots are famously over. So I would not compare it completely with Belgium and the Netherlands. But obviously, let's not overstate what Russia is capable of. And we know that their fighter jet pilots are famously not successful in steering these fighter jets, and their captains do not know how to lower anchors.
What's the H3 drama exactly? Like Hassan and H3 like fighting, like Ethan and Hassan fighting over stuff, and it's got to do with the kids and like how people had reported H3 and like his missus H3 as in like not looking after their kids properly. Look, we got other people. Howdy. Fraudulent money wire. Children do suck. Real Healer Klein has a point, to be honest. Where's this coming from? Honestly. Introduce yourself and tell us if you've been to this stream before or not. Or you're just looking for the lols.
So, given all the stuff they create on the seabed. Of course, what you're rightly saying is that it is famously difficult to assess whether something is intentional. Of course, you always should look into that. But when it comes to the airspace incursions in Poland and the MiG-31s in Estonia, whether it was intentional or not, it was anyway reckless. It was anyway unacceptable. And then what I want to do is to assess after this situation has ended, whether we reacted as we should react. And we did. And you know why? Because we do this over 70, 80 years already. With the Soviets, with the Russians, with the Yeltsin and with Putin. Putin before 2010 and the Putin when he came back and started to radicalize even further. So we have trained and prepared for this. This is exactly what we did when this situation happened. And that means that we are not going to take down an airplane in NATO.
Yes. Can I just agree with this conversation that's going on? I find H3 and Hassan extremely cringy. I've tried to watch both and I just can't. Hassan, I can watch some of his stuff because I understand some of the talking points, but like the H3 stuff, oh my God, these people are awful people. They just sit around and they just talk smack and they don't do anything. All these elitists used to keep their plans behind closed doors. I think that's more of it, isn't it? Solar Bear, that's actually a really good point. They used to hide it more. Now it's just open discussion on all of this sort of stuff. Seriously. Ethan was always cringe. I hated that Hassan teamed up with him. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. You'll have to be patient with Mr. Echat. He may look tongue tough, but he has the internet knowledge of a boomer. That's true. That is true. Yeah, I find them both cringy, I must admit. You're the only streamer I'll ever watch, Mr. E, until you sell out. Until that day, then. Until that day. I'm still waiting to get my money from the NED, and Dilemmas was going to write a brief for me because there's some libertarian organizational think tank that works in Australia as well, and they just give out money if you spew out their propaganda. And so like I was going to get on board with that and start spitting out libertarian propaganda so we could get some money into this movement. So like it'll happen eventually, Jag. Jerry Poppins, he's also very racist. Yeah, it depends. Depends how you define racism. Eh? Ethan always seemed like a guy who was out for the money, especially when he had his shit with his other former cohort, Trisha. See Hassan using a shock collar on his dog. Yeah, I think that's what people are talking about, but like being sarcastic about as well. Are my dollars not good enough for you? Look, they are. They're wonderful. But like they ain't like conservative think tank supported by corporate billionaires style money, if you know what I mean. Unless you are a secret corporate billionaire, then let me know. Their products provide instant consumption. I wonder how they do consumer surveying. Do they gather a bunch of half-dead Palestinian citizens and Russian soldiers asking them about their experience? No, probably not. They probably just take satellite images of it, and just see how big the bomb radius was, like the blast radiuses were, how much destruction has happened, and then make a decision about how much they're going to produce. Actually, that's too much because that implies some type of planning to the production. They're just going to produce it anyway and just keep throwing the bombs out at increasing paces so they can justify, hey, we need more billions of dollars. That's basically what Hegseth was saying before anyway. It was like, we just need more billions of dollars. You guys have done a really good job so far, but we need more billions. Just go to the EU and get more billions. And this guy's like getting up saying, hey, well, Russia with their $2 trillion economy, look at us. The EU has a $50 trillion economy. Okay? That's where it's at. So like billions, how much you want? How much you want? Once again, I am asking you for financial support. Hey, is Mr. Indoctrinated? Is just a test. Is just testing to see if you're social libertarian now. Yeah, I am. I'm very social libertarian. You know it. But this social libertarian will easily take some funding from a libertarian think tank organization so we can get this movement going. Eh? Let's get it in on that corporate greed. They got plenty of money to go around. Look, let's get some Europeans on this. They got a $50 trillion economy. They could fund this movement. They could definitely fund this movement. That's for sure. Avalava is typing and the suspense is killing me.
Airspace if it does not pose a threat. But if it poses a threat, I can assure you that our military people have all the authorities they need to make sure that that plane immediately does not pose a threat anymore. And then you know what I mean. And I think that is important. And the Russians know this. So I would say let's trust our military. They have the best stuff. They're very well trained. We've done this for over 50, 60, 70 years. We know how to do this. And let's not take the Russians too seriously. Then your question could be, but then why do you need to spend more on defense? Because if you have a dictator willing to sacrifice 1 million people in the war in Ukraine, this year only gaining very incremental successes in the Donbass, I think below 1% or 0.5% of territory, if you're willing to do that, you have to be sure that you are well prepared for that guy if he moves against NATO, if he would do that. I don't know whether he will, but if he would, that we are prepared. That is why we are doing it.
So it's like, hey, don't take Putin too seriously, but he's crazy because he's sacrificing the lives of 1 million people to get like tiny amounts of territorial gains in the Donbass region. But hey, he's a psycho, so we better arm up just in case. Let's spend some more money. So the guys pressing the boom button is the consumer. The victims are just part of the garden where the lawn is mowed. They're trimming the grass, not a human inside. Yeah, pretty much. The consumer is the guy that presses the buttons. They ensure that the value is kind of used up, because you don't want the value sitting around. That's even worse than value being destroyed, is value sitting around in like a warehouse somewhere. There's definitely no circulation in that economy. So yeah, whoever presses the button, the red button, is the consumer. And so like they're producing weapons for themselves to consume. And that's the military Keynesianism thing, right? Because like Keynesianism is pretty much like that. Like you invest in infrastructure projects so your people can do the consuming. But like that type of consumption and the infrastructure then promotes more consumer like value production outside of that. But this, like once you press the red button, the boom button, like there's no extra value that gets created. They just start the same process again. It's not the expansion of value or the potential for the expansion of value. It's just, let's just make the same bomb again or make a different bomb, I guess. That economy might take a bit of a tourism hit if Europe devolves into all-out war. That's a pretty good point, right? Because like you can't even, like it takes longer if you're coming from Australia and trying to fly to Europe. It takes longer these days because of the war in the Ukraine. Like before you could fly across that region and get a more of a direct flight. If you're coming from like coming from Singapore, I think, not Dubai, you can go up other way. But like if you're coming from like Singapore into Europe, like it's more hours on the flight now because you can't just fly over there. It'll really impact their economy. But now they'll be spending more money and they'll have a military industrial complex that's more beefed up. And so then they can hey, the economy's still doing fine. And it's not just trickling into local economies around the world where people go, like around Europe, where people go and spend their tourist dollars, like, supporting the local economy, like buying knickknacks and eating food and stuff like that. No, it'll just go straight to the merchants of death, as they have been termed. Where is your social libertarian Engels when you need him? We need a new angle to this movement. Yeah. Hey. We need an Engels, hey, to fund us. That's why I think Indoctrination put his hand up. He's the Engels who's just going to financially support the entire movement by gifting subs. And we're going to do it one sub at a time until we've taken over the world.
And here spending 40% of a state budget on defense. So we take it seriously, but we are very well trained and prepared. And that is why I think we can afford to look at all of this with some calm and some determination.
All right, final question. The woman standing in front of the cameras.
Thank you, Ms. Zoe Ford for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. An Australian high-tech surveillance aircraft has just wrapped up a 3-month mission, including to assist with Eastern Sentry. How important has it been to have that aircraft as part of your efforts there? And would you like to see more effort, more contributions from Australia and the Asia-Pacific?
Well, let's be absolutely clear on this. Australia and New Zealand and Japan and South Korea, the Republic of Korea, we work very closely together with them. In NATO parlor, the IP4, the Indo-Pacific 4. And you know why? Because we acknowledge that the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific cannot be seen as two separate theaters. They are combined with North Korea and...
These are the theaters of World War III. The Euro theater and the Indo-Pacific. They're drawing out the battle lines. We understand how important you guys are. This is where it's happening. You guys supply us, help us with our war, learn the tricks of the trade, and then when we need to turn our attentions to China, hey, we're ready to go, baby.
China supporting Russia's war effort, Iran supporting Russia's war effort. Let's not be naive about this. And we know that, as I said before, if China would do anything against Taiwan, most likely that Putin will be forced by Xi Jinping to move against NATO. So we have to stand ready, we have to work together, we have to train together, we have to procure together.
Crazy assumption come from, do you reckon? Where he's just like, look, if China does something towards Taiwan, Xi Jinping will force Putin to take on NATO. Where does that overwhelming assumption come from, do you reckon? Like, do you reckon that's like on well-informed, like military advice, or he's just trying to fearmonger and it's just like, look, if China turns on Taiwan, then Russia's coming after NATO, and it's going to be all-out war from the axis of evil, BRICS, and like they're just going to come in and like kill us all. So like we have to be prepared, like, because that's the thing. Like some of the speculation that we've heard is that like Putin is fighting his war well, and he's supplied thanks to China. And if China has to divert its attention somewhere else, that's going to be a bit of a hit in the pocket, and like a massive strategic issue for Russia and for Putin, if like China has to divert its resources elsewhere. Like where does he get an overwhelming assumption like that? It's crazy. It's a leap of logic. It's assuming BRICS is solid at the moment. If BRICS is too early stages, it's interesting. It's really crazy. Europeans can finally feel the pain of Americans with lack of social benefits. Yeah, that'll be on the chopping block, right? Because like that's already under attack in France right now. Is like the France economy is going down and they're having incredible economic turmoil. And the first thing that all the radical centrists in the French political scene are talking about is like cutting to social welfare and the safety net. And like the French people, they live and die, they identify with the social safety net, and they're not for that. But like if they can like turn the conversation like this dude is doing and be like, dude, like, you know, you're gonna have to give up your social safety net. You don't want Russia to win, do you? Hey, you don't want Russia up against the NATO border, do you? Hey, you don't have to call Putin daddy, do you? Well, you might have to give up your social security. That's what's coming. Like this guy is like delineating the lines of war here. China is going to attack Taiwan and Russia is going to attack NATO, and that is going to be the ticket into World War III, ladies and gentlemen. Could it be one of those accusations that are actually a confession war kills money, so why not? Yeah, it seems like one of those, doesn't it? It's crazy.
We have to make sure when it comes to intelligence, etc., not Article 5. We're not going to extend Article 5 to the Indo-Pacific. But this very practical cooperation is really crucial. And I highly value that relationship with your proud nation, but also with New Zealand, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. Shall we do one more question and then? Yeah?
Okay, very good. I will finish on the fourth row, Reuters.
Thank you so much.
Represent the ABC. Yeah. Australia. And he said, our proud nation. Hey, this guy he's smooth. What a smooth operator. Hey, he knows how to sweet talk people. I want to buy European weapons now. I just need funding. All right, let's have a look at this one. From DW. Similar topic, obviously. And their conversation, why the NATO and Trump tensions seem to be over. It's a good question.
NATO ministers meeting in Brussels say the alliance is testing new drone defenses on its eastern flank. They're designed to counter threats from Russia after a series of drone incursions that NATO has linked to Moscow.
Russia is escalating its provocations of NATO, sending fighter jets into alliance airspace over Estonia and a swarm of drones over Poland. And so the routine meeting of NATO defense ministers takes on new urgency. The alliance must improve its air defense, especially in countering enemy drones.
NATO will implement a number of additional counter-drone measures that will build on and expand and accelerate our ability to counter drones.
Britain's Defense Secretary John Healey said the Kremlin must be left in no doubt that if NATO is threatened, it will act.
Putin's incursions into NATO territory are reckless, dangerous, and totally unacceptable. Deliberate or not, Putin is watching what we do.
To better protect NATO frontline states, Germany is also increasing its commitment.
We will contribute with patrol flights to protect the eastern flank. And the head of my Air Force tells me he is very proud to be able to say that the largest commitment of a European NATO state to protect Allied airspace comes from his Air Force.
But Ukraine has no such shield and continues to suffer Russian bombardments with increasing severity. This winter, as in previous years, Moscow is primarily targeting the energy infrastructure. That makes further arms deliveries to Ukraine all the more urgent. NATO's European members have agreed to buy from the US those weapons Ukraine has identified as the most important. But Rutte had to acknowledge just over half of the 32 allies have now committed to doing so. And just a day before this NATO meeting, new research showed European arms deliveries to Ukraine are actually down more than 40% since July.
Rose Gottemiller is a former NATO Deputy Secretary General and joins me now. Good to have you back on the show, Rose. NATO Secretary General Rutte insists the alliance can defend all of its territory, but after last month's airspace incursions, one has to wonder, are they not just playing catch-up?
Well, I have been very proud of the way NATO has been responding to the air incursions and pulling together capabilities and forces from across the alliance in order to be able to respond as they have in, for example, Baltic air policing now for many years, repelling incursions by Russian aircraft. So I've been proud about how they've responded, but the question now is, do they have the right capabilities? And Ukraine is showing the way and the necessity of defending against drones.
The C word.
And so, of course, all eyes are on Ukraine. And
I love the C word. It's all about capabilities. And they're just not ready for it, are they? And like, does anyone, like, I know what you think about this, Avalava, but like, does everyone buy the whole thing that these were Russian droning incursions or Russian military incursions? Air Force incursions. I think there was a few fighter jets that moved into Romanian airspace and stay there for 12 minutes a few weeks ago. And it was like, what the fuck are they doing here? And so they chased them out. Like a couple of people, countries that are part of the Eastern Century operation, let's call it, like chased the Russian fighter jets out. So like that, I guess you can verify that if they were really Russian fighter jets in your airspace and you had to chase them out, you can verify that. But the drone stuff, like there was an attack on, not attack, but there was drone incursions in Polish airspace that shut down that were shot down, and then in Romania the same thing happened, I believe. And then there were like various airports across Europe a couple of weeks ago that were shut down because of suspected drone activity by the Russians. Like, is everyone like convinced that the Russians have been kind of running incursions into NATO airspace just to see what's going on? Or is this literally a psyop and they're just like, yes, we have shot down all of these Russian drones in our territory. Looks like we're going to need some more money. Hey, European Union, hey, is anyone going to spend billions and billions of dollars buying stuff off the Americans for the meantime until we can build up our military industrial complex to meet capability requirements? And like, we're gonna buy, set up technology that can fight drones off. Like, are people convinced that it's the Russians that have actually been doing this, or this is just like a false flag operation to increase the spending a little bit more and to I don't know, help increase the military Keynesianism that's going on? Again, the European economy is pretty shot at the moment, like across the sector and with their big players. And so increasing military spending has to be justified somehow. And you do that through fear campaigns, that's for sure. But like, yeah, the jury's out on that one. Again, like the Russian fighter jets, I guess that's easy to claim, right? And like, I'm not sure if Putin denied that one, but we've heard on this stream as well, like Putin denied the drones were his. He said it had nothing to do with him. And so like, it could just be, a false flag set up by the European Union to justify increased military spending, or just at least fearmonger in the European populations to help justify, ramping up aggression towards Russia and justify a more and more belligerent tone in the continent. Scary stuff.
Whether Ukraine can help NATO to learn about how to defend against drones. Ukraine has had military experts in Denmark, for example, training Danish military in how to repel drones. And so it's an interesting conundrum now, of course, as you just reported, Ukraine under tremendous pressure from the Russian Federation, repeated strikes, including on a hospital yesterday. But at the same time, it is leading the way in helping NATO understand what the threats of the future are going to be.
Yeah, we're seeing NATO kind of bracing for this new threat. And then the EU is also working in parallel on its drone wall. And there is some concern as to whether or not the EU is treading on NATO's toes in its attempt to achieve more sovereignty from the EU there. Are they really working hand in hand, as Rutte says?
I believe so, yes. This is an old worry, a very old worry, including from when I was DSG now 7, 8 years ago. But I do believe that NATO and the EU have developed a much better modus vivendi, a much better way of working together now. And the EU is indeed focusing on the acquisition of new military capabilities and how, in particular, European innovation companies can become more involved, as well as the traditional defense industries, which must now modernize their production capabilities and take into account new innovation as well. So I think it's a moment of opportunity for the European Union in terms of defense modernization. And I don't see any necessary reason why the EU and NATO should be tripping over each other as they try to enhance Europe's defenses.
Germany has announced it will beef up its presence on the EU's deterrent.
Just speak about why they think Trump and the Americans Let's have a look.
We can get more from DW's Terry Schultz, who's at the NATO headquarters in Brussels. Terry, so this contribution, increased contribution from Germany, is obviously coming at a time of heightened concern over these Russian provocations. Tell us what more the alliance is planning on doing to boost security on the eastern flank.
This is a bit misleading. I thought they were going to talk about why Trumpy boy and his administration is so keen to help out NATO now and the Ukraine, the Ukrainians, when they were so against it. Not interested in this one. Would go blue blazer though. Thank you, Poppins. Thanks for your input. It's valued as always. That's unfortunate. I wanted to know a European perspective on why Trump is all of a sudden happy to go to war over these ones. These old bags need to consult with Fox News plastic surgeons. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, so plastic. So plastic. They can't even stop smiling. Even when they're telling like stories that are like supposed to be gripping. Like, yeah. It's too smiley. Too smiley. All right, we're going to have a quick break. And then we're going to be back with some afters and we can continue the conversation there. So like, yeah, look. Some really eye-opening stuff that we've gone through today. The Nobel Peace Prize is a propaganda machine for Western liberal-style interests, but helps to promote the dissemination of a narrative to justify future conflicts. That really seems antithetical to the idea of the Nobel Association, if you ask me. At least the peace committee inside that association. That like it just pushes a narrative to help, like I said, justify future aggressive aggressive tactics by Western imperialists. That's a really interesting and scary revelation. And then the way that they're openly talking about, we just need to spend more money on the military. Just openly, so blatant. Like this type of rhetoric, 20 years ago, 30 years ago would have just not been there. It was all about globalization, economics, all that sort of stuff. The radical centrists of, 2-3 decades ago would not have accepted this type of banter coming out of the EU. But now this is what the radical center promotes. It's like Russia is knocking on our border here of the sanctity and the safety of the Eurozone. And so the radical centrists are turning to the military-industrial complex to solve the economic issues that are being experienced by a failing European economy. And so like they got to spend the money somewhere, and they're not going to, give it back to the people, invest in industry, like, try and get on top of the AI revolution, or something like onboard and reshore industry. They can't do that. So let's just ramp up military spending and hope for the best. And so like the capitalistic mode of production on the European continent is just going to sluggishly pull itself through the next decade and just see how it goes. And if it means pulling people into war, so be it. So be it. As long as we spend the money on something, right? Let's just spend it on the war machine. Tucker Carlson just put out a pod with some bloke and the title is Rise of the Genocidal Left. Oh my God. Actually, Poppins, while we've got you talking about the genocidal left and why we need to push deeper into the right wing pipeline, am I good to go with the playlist tomorrow? I can just pick up where we left off last time, because I think you mentioned to me on the side that you were working on something potentially separate, or you were just updating the playlist. Let me know. But yeah, here we are. There's a narrative that is being issued by, organizations, think tanks, and things that are ostensibly supposed to be about peace, like, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee. And they're just being used to draft narratives of aggression. And here we have powers and organizations around the world, security organizations, that are actually talking about the real battle lines that are being drawn for World War III. This is a very interesting time to be alive. And an unfortunate one, it would seem, if these pricks are making the call. Not these two ladies, obviously, but like, you know, NATO and stuff like that. If they're making the calls, there's some bleak stuff on the horizon for us working people. That's for sure. I had something big, but I think I might have to ask the crowd. I have some things coordinated. We can go one of three ways. Oh, this is a poll thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, pay attention. If you are lurking at the moment, or if you're working and you can't, but if you can somehow get to your keyboard for tomorrow's right-wing pipeline episode, Far Right Fridays, what are we going to do? The right-wing, option number one, right-wing pipeline continued. Suspense is killing me. Option number two, the suspense is killing me. Actually, I'm just gonna do shout outs while you're doing that. So like, thank you everybody that's been in here today and having a chat. That's LARP Jeff. I know you've been lurking, so thanks for sticking around. 4AS, Remag was in the house, Solar Bears in there too. Antor7, early on. Did I said 4AS? Yes. Jag, Dilemmas, Indoctrinathan. Have all been wonderful. Avalava. Jerry Poppins and Dilemmas, though, you know, keeping the banter alive. You're in outrageous form today, the two of you, with your side hustle there. I don't think I've missed anyone, have I? We had a couple of people that come in randomly. Jungle Potatoes was in the house too. Good to have you, Jungle Potatoes. Had a couple of randoms come in, but I think they took off straight away. Number two, Ronnie Pipeline, the deep, dark world of conspiracy. Oh, going back down Ron's pipeline. And three, Uncle Tuck, Deep Dive, a right-wing mogul's greatest hits. Ooh, I wouldn't mind going down a Tucky's pipeline. That'd be interesting. But I guess I'll let people decide. In Indoctrination, if that emoji and there's three of them means you're voting for number three, I'm not sure. But like, yeah, continue in the chat. We're going to have a quick break. If anyone's got any opinions on this, please let us know what your options are, or what your preferred options are for what we should be doing for Far Right Fridays tomorrow. Please let us know. And yeah, if you're sticking for the afters, we'll be right back. All right, we are back. And what's the verdict? And Dr. Nathan, yes, 3. Ninja Nurse is in the house. Sorry, I'm late. I was at the beach. Yeah. It's a good day for it too, depending on where you're coming from. It's nice in Sydney. Hope you enjoyed the beach. We are voting now on what type of far right Friday we're going to have. And it looks like there's an overwhelming majority, or at least a move towards number 3, which is Tucker Carlson. Hey, Tuckies. All good options, but considering I've watched hours of the Ron pipeline already, I vote for 1 or 3. You haven't watched my version of Ron's pipeline. It's ridiculous. But I lean towards Uncle Tux as well. At least with him, there's a slight semblance of sanity. There it is. All right, it looks like we're going to go down a Tuckies pipeline. All right, hopefully I should be here for the rest of the stream unless Capitalist screws down the pressure. Fair enough. It's good to have you for the afters. And for anyone else who's here just hanging out for the afters, let me know if you're just chilling or you are interacting and down for a chat. Dilemma is I'm just interested to juxtapose my right-wing views to make the mainstream right wing, or to the mainstream right wing, against the mainstream right wing. Interesting. All right, so it's just a comparison exercise for you. Let's figure it out then, shall we? All right, we're going with Tuckies. Jerry Poppins, it's good to have you here to consult before we go down that pipeline. Let me see if I can get my Rome Total War going. Let's do some gameplay in the background, shall we? I'm going to do some meme watch as well, actually. It's been a while since I've looked at this. Let's see if there's any gold in here. That's not working. Look at the memes of production here. Let's have a look here. Oh my god, there's heaps of stuff I've missed. Why can't I click on it? Oh, here we go. Can't read that. China is taking advantage of us. They are selling us too much stuff and it has created a serious trade imbalance. Okay, we will stop selling you rare earth minerals. That's pretty good. No. That's not what I meant. Not like that. That's hilarious. I'll pay that. That's a good one. Liberals who talk about the death toll of communism when you bring up 10 to 20 million dying to poverty caused by capitalism every year. Fuck. Savage. What's this one? Under Stalin, repression was so severe that Soviet gulags held 22% of the world's entire prison population. Just kidding. That's in the United States today. That's so good. I love those gotcha ones. Hilarious. What about this one? I'm all for ending this oppressive system, but only if we do it without the state. Anarchy. So by magic, communists. Very good. Hey? The enlightened centrist. I'm not left or right. I'm a secret third thing. Brackets, right. Very good. That's a good one. I went on a meme spree this morning. Yeah, apparently. You see, it's all about striking a balance between criticizing the left and defending the right. I respect all political viewpoints. Just a coincidence I only happen to show support for the right-wing ones. That's hilarious. Both sides are equally bad. I think anti-fascism is the same as fascism and should be treated exactly the same, which says a lot about what I really believe if you think about it. I'm above all that partisan fighting. Basically, I found a way to feel superior to both sides without taking any principled positions. I stand... Oh, you can't see that. Yeah, I stand for absolutely nothing. LMAO. Liberals, when capitalism always does bad things, respond with Western chauvinism, claim better than all other options. That's the best one, retort. It's like, yeah, well, it's the best option we got. And it's like, yeah, well, with an attitude like that, I guess you're probably right. Eh? The unspeakable things the Bolsheviks did during their rule. Sources: America Burger Freedom Institute, the Goebbels Media Foundation. That's pretty funny. I'll pay that. Yes. Yeah, when I did an investigation back in the day into basically the death toll of revolutions and like what it really takes in terms of like man on the ground support kind of stuff. Like part of the stuff that I kept on finding about like the real death tolls of revolutions and like what it really takes. Like all the sources were just like, yeah, basically capitalist sources against the Russians, like Western capitalist interests, or like the Nazis or something like that. And so it's just like, well, obviously they have a bad picture. Like these people are not only ideological, but like actual military enemies of these movements, and they must hate them. Wow, the fortune cookies here really are more accurate. You're living in a dictatorship of capital, not a democracy. Yes. The bourgeois dictatorship. Oh, this will be good. This one's gonna split the chat. Hey, Bernie, Mamdani, and AOC. And one day, just like me, you'll be able to drop the Anti-Zionist Act, straight up deny genocide. But you did well, kid. Convince those young hearts you care about Palestinians. Reminds me of my early days. This racially ambiguous girl stands no chance against my strong Oriental look. Has Bernie forgotten about me? That's so good. That's pretty good. I'll pay that. 19th century China, addicted to opioids, making stuff. 20th century, making stuff, addicted to opioids. Man, this is an interesting meme spree, I must say. That's so good. I like when communism is done right, I will be able to work my farm, grow vegetables, and write slam poetry. What do you mean, your farm? That's so good. History is written by the victors. That's true. That's definitely true. The DPRK actually isn't the absurd shithole Western media portrays it as. Western liberals. That sign won't stop me because I can't read. That's hilarious. Were you there, Avalava, when we actually watched that documentary on North Korea, and those people like kind of went around interviewing that South Korean woman, went around? I remember it was like probably me, 4S, and Jag were definitely there. We watched it over a while, over like a couple of sessions, and like got an inside view into North Korea. It's a very interesting documentary. Stream promotion, promote your channel. Oh, right, that's promo. Boo. I believe I read that out. I was not there, but it sounds like fun. It was crazy. I can't remember what the documentary was called. It was a really interesting documentary. It's like, you know, saying like my sibling, my sister, my something from the South or from the North. And like this South Korean woman goes in to the North and kind of gets shown around and documents her journey. And you actually get to see what it's like in North Korea, as opposed to, just like the Western propaganda, which is like constantly just military parades. Constantly just military parades, basically. And then pictures of like, their train system. It looks like it was trapped in like the 60s or something like that. Or like everyone huddling around like one light bulb to show how undeveloped they are. You know, there was a military parade, I'm pretty sure, recently. I wonder if we can find that. I'm pretty sure North Korea just had, yes, they just had a military parade. I wonder if we can watch that. Oh my God, I wonder if this is the whole thing. CNN? Is this the whole thing? I love the supremely crazy parade. Tanks, missiles, and chaos. I wonder if that's the whole thing. Watch live the spectacular 2025 North Korean military parade. Celebrate commemorating the 80th anniversary of the Workers' Party of Korea. Fuck. I wonder if this is the whole time. Oh, let's watch this. Fuck. No way. Watch live the spectacular, yeah. Okay, so that's one version of it. I wonder if this quality is any better. No, it's not. That sucks. Alright, let's watch this one, yes. I want to check out their military parade. Is it better than China's military parade? Let's get back to this dick measuring contest, shall we? Let's see who wins out. And the music is great too. So good.
강하지 않고서는 지켜낼 수 없고 지킬 힘이 없으면 바라볼 미래도 없기에 혈전의 장로를 헤치며 부국 강경의 수검을 이룬 위대한 우리 당의 만거의 업적 영광의 국기에 어려 빛나고 있습니다. 수천만 인민이 고귀한 피와 땀으로 개척해온 승리의 역사가 따라서고
The commentary is so good.
본명의 미래가 마주오는 뜻깊은 시각입니다.
Feels like I'm watching One Punch Man. So good.
조선노동당이 시대와 역사 위에 높이 안아올린 섬스런 국기를 대르리어 빛내어갈 애국의 열정 천만의 가슴에 세차게 끓어오르고 있습니다.
The axis of resistance will show you how to march. Axis of resistance. That's so good. I am actually waiting for that. I want to see how they march. Because the Chinese look pretty sick, man. Their military parade was so good. It was so much better than Trump's birthday parade. But I wonder who does it better. The Chinese or the North Koreans? What do you reckon? This is intense. Kim Il Punch. There's no coincidence after China and USA have their parades, Hegseth rolls out the fat limits for the military and no beards. I know, like look at these guys.
격정과 환희를 더 세차게 발화시키며 21번의 리포가 발사되고 있습니다.
I don't know if YouTube has auto translate. Doesn't seem to have that function here. Damn. Love to know what they're saying.
위대한 인민의 존엄과 명예를 키운 성스런 80성상의 분열할 영예를 분당 위협의 개척 세대로부터 단계의 역사와 생을 합치고 단기의 산년을 바친 열사들에게 영원 무궁한 경의를.
I wonder when they had it. I'm gonna look that up.
조선노동당 총비서이시며 조선민주주의 인민공화국 국무위원장이신 경의하는 김정은 동지께서 연설을 하시겠습니다.
It was held on the 10th of October in Pyongyang to mark the 80th anniversary of the ruling Workers' Party. 10th. So what was that, like 5 days ago? So what do we miss this out? Calm down. Calm down. I love it. Enough. Please, stop it. Not bad for an economy the size of Tassie. You're telling me, bro. Look at that. North Korea collecting military equipment like they were Pokemon cards. The Russians are brutal badass, but the Chinese? The voiceover sounds like it's about to announce that something epic is going to happen on the next episode of anime. I know all I can think of is One Punch, like the only anime I've ever watched. But like, damn.
조선노동당 창건 야든돌 경축 행사의 절정으로 되는 조선민주주의인민공화국 무장력의 열병 의식이 진행되게 됩니다. 나는 먼저 성대한 이 행사에 초대되신 각계층의 손님들과 여러 나라의 친근한 벗들을 열렬히
That's a Russian dude. Well, look, I just say white person. I'm like, he's not North Korean. Must be Russian. And I base that on absolutely nothing.
포기한 당과 자리에는 종대들은 어떤 역사를 경축하고 양양한 전들을 과시하는 것은 쉽게 획득할 수 없는 공화국의 군대가 당 조선노동당이 숭엄해집니다. 수 있는 너 하나이고 를 창건한 무력을 받들린 우리 역사가 기록한 것 고귀한 공헌들의 수권과 항시 당의 의지로 역사를 바로 세우는 불변의 지지점이었고 당이 가리킨 방향으로 조선의 피와 땀으로 누구도
책임 비서들 군부의 주요
면적 발전의 길을 확신성 있게 이끌어 나가고 있습니다. 우리 혁명 무력이 국제적 정의와 진정한 평화를 위해 해외 전장에서 발휘한 영웅적 전투 정신과 달성한 승리는 당의 뜻과 의지로 장성한 우리 군대의 사상 정신적 완벽함을 남김없이 보여주었습니다. 푸른 꿈과 젊음의 전부를 조국과 인민을 위해 깡그리 바쳐가고 있는 믿어온 장병들, 직급의 차이
위대한 김정은 동지를 우러러 장만의 열렬한 심장이 끝없는 환희와 감격을 품고 있습니다. 조선노동당 중앙위원회 정치국 상무위원회 위원들을 비롯한 당과 정부의 간부들, 도당위원회 책임 비서들, 군부의 주요 지휘 성원들, 해외 동포 축하단 단장들이 주석단에 나왔습니다.
But in attendance,
국가의 중요 직책에서
they had Li Qiang, the premier of China, Dmitry Medvedev, former president of Russia, also the deputy chair of the Russia's Security Council. Tu Lam, the general secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam, was there. Well, there you go. And Thong Luong Sislith, president of Laos. Interesting. So there you go. Vietnam, Laos, Russia, and China. Nah, man. I haven't seen Ninja Scroll. Like, if people got options for me. Where is Dan Andrews? Yeah. Why didn't he get an invite? Will Goku find the last Dragon Ball? Don't lie, mystery. You've caught up on One Piece and I know Straw Hat. Yeah, I know. I've watched apparently like 1,500 episodes in like a day. And yet, the Allies are fine. Yeah, Dan Andrews is just making a call. He's just ducked out to make a call. That's so good. The only anime show you'll ever have to watch is Trigun. Everything else pales in comparison. Trigun, Ninja Scroll. I can add it to the list.
강군의 상징기들이 경건히 받드는 숭엄한 화폭입니다.
I don't know if I can keep my chin up for that long. Look at that for like a good hour or two.
전체 인민들 전군의 장병들이 영광의 이 광장을 우러러 국기에 뜨거운 경의를 드리고 있습니다. 위에 넋이고 승리와 영광의 기치인 국기가 열화의 사랑에 받들려 전진하고
It's been
있습니다.
80 years. We'll all have to reconvene in 20 years so we can watch the 100-year anniversary. It's going to be fucking epic, man. Ninja Scroll, Akira, Angel Cop. I wish I could watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood again for the first time. Grantiva's in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Those soldiers are so thin. Yeah, some of them are very trim. Okay? They're lean. Let's say lean. Let's not say thin. They're lean. Trim. Not like Hegseth's fat soldiers. Okay? And look, they're doing it in the rain too, these guys. Okay? That's hardcore.
고귀한 피와 땀으로 개척해온 승리의 역사가 따라서고 무궁토록 떨쳐갈 본영의 미래가 마주오는 뜻깊은 시각입니다.
They aren't thin, they're tactically narrow. It's giving you another platform to give us your sarcastic responses. Where's Jerry Poppins and his sarcasm? Tactically narrow. It's pretty good though, I'll pay that. They're tactically narrow. Is Indoctrination still here? Let me know if you're there. I'm just wondering if you're getting raided this afternoon. Let me know if you're I also want to add Rurouni Kenshin 1994 to that list.
위대한 우리 당인 우리의 빛내어주는 영광찬 국기 아래서 국의 모든 꿈과 이상 이루어갈 춘천한 열망이 시월의 하늘을 뒤덮습니다.
시온!
격정과 환희를 더 세차게 발화시키며 21번의 리포가 발사되고 있습니다. 인민공화국의 거룩한 영상을 창조한 불의 그 업적에 만대의 영광을 위대한 인민의 존엄과 명예를 키운 성스런 80성상의 분열할 영예를 당위협의 개척 세대로부터 당의 역사와 생을 합치고 단기의 선녀를 바친 열사들에게 영원 무궁한 경의를.
There's a beauty in quantity. Damn Roman Koreans.
조선노동당 총비서이시며 조선민주주의인민공화국 국무위원장이신 경의하는 김정은 동지께서 연설을 하시겠습니다.
You can't hear me? Oh, really? Testing.
그동안 조선인민군 장령, 군관, 사관, 병사들, 열병부대의 지휘관
Can you hear me now?
병사들, 전국의 노력 혁신자,
Is that better?
공로자 동지들과 평양 시민 여러분, 해외 동포 여러분.
The bass must really drop near those cannons. I can hear you, Mr. E, but the video audio is louder than yours. I think I fixed it. Yeah, that's better. Okay.
야든돌
Thanks.
경축 행사의 절정으로 되는 조선민주주의인민공화국 무장력의 열병 의식이 진행되게 됩니다. 나는 먼저 성대한 이 행사에 초대되신 각계층의 손님들과 여러 나라의 친근한 벗들을 열렬히 환영합니다. 의 10월을 향하여 창조와 노력에 고귀한 땀을 바치고 진정을 보여온 온 나라 전체 인민들에게 뜨거운 감사와 축하의 인사를 드립니다.
More parade, less speeches.
또한 의의 깊은 명절을 맞이
끝없는 환희와 감격을 품고 있습니다.
Imagine all of us standing up there one day, yeah? After the revolution. Smile and wave, ladies and gentlemen. Smile and wave.
국가의 중요 직책에서 오랜 기간 사업한 노 간부들이 주석단에 자리 잡았습니다.
There's a random Arab Muslim woman there. Hey? Multiculturalism. One at a time. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. There has the random Russian dudes. I love it. Delegates. Dignitaries. These are scary looking warriors, those ones. You guys too. Did we watch this just before? Didn't we watch this? Is this just some fucking repeat? Or is it so well coordinated it looks like this? I want to see the march, bro.
동지들과 벗들, 우리 군대가 당의 창건위를 경축하여 마련한 이 성대한 자리에서 열병 대오의 기품과 눈빛들이 발산하는 뜨거운 경의의
I think it's just a repeat.
영신이 고행됐습니다.
Oh, what is crab sauce? Let's switch to the other one.
조선노동당 창건 82술 축하합니다.
So quiet this one compared to the other one. Or is that just me? Yeah, play the one clip on loop to save money so the army looks bigger. Yeah, that's like, what the hell was that? Are they just repeats? The people throwing the party balloons, they're the best. At least this one, I think this is the actual march. I think. Yeah, that looks more marchy, I guess. Yeah, getting the tanks, boys. And girls. How's the sound on your end? You could turn it up a bit. The editing is so good. Look at that. The propaganda machine is so good in North Korea.
세운 총 시연 열병부대 차렷 열병 행진은 종대 단위로 한 표시병 거리로 상징 종대는 직선으로 제1선 종대 우러 도란 오케이 총 앞으로 간
Oh, it's pretty good. It's crisp, man. Look how fucking tight they are. Step aside, Xi Jinping, bro.
우리 군대의 영광스러운 역사를 웅변하는 불멸의 모습들을 떠받든 상징 종대들이 열병의 흐름을 이끌고 있습니다. 만고의 항쟁사를 기록한 해방성전에서 우리 군의 빛나는 전통을 창조한 항일의 오중업 7년대 상징 종대. 7년대가 낳은 열혈 충신들의 고귀한 넋이 힘찬 발걸음 속에 고동하며 오늘도 전군의 앞장에서 충성의 행군로를 열어가고 있습니다.
It's so crisp. Look at that. And America's gonna have to step its game up.
위대한 천하의 큰 넋을 떠안고 조국 해방 전쟁 시기 근육부대 상징 종대가 불멸의 미운과 위용을 긍지 높이 들여세우고 있습니다.
There's a lot of people. They're just cardboard cutouts. Speaking of marches, did you cover the Sunday March for Australia? But there's another march for Australia? With the editing, I'm sure they learned some tricks
김일성
from
종지를 소반으로
K-drama.
하는 당중앙위원회를 목숨으로 사수하자는 구호를 제일 먼저 높이 축겨든 흔히 서울 제105 기계화 사단 상징 정대.
Big John is watching this and getting a complex. Yeah, I know, right? Massively.
어제도 오늘도 불변한 우리 군대의 절대 사명을 새겨주며 공화국 무력이 걸어온 자랑찬 행로의
There's
한
another
페이지를
march for
펼치고
Australia?
있습니다.
What? Who said that? Who wrote that before?
1990년대
Oh, dilemmas. You wrote that. When's that coming? On Sunday? Everywhere?
칭호를 쟁취한 부대 상징 정대입니다.
Are you going dilemmas?
나붓기는 19폭의
I'll go
용의
if you go,
깃발을
bro.
강군의 역사와 미래를 옮겨나고 있습니다.
Yeah, this Sunday, Australia wide. Oh, wow. Okay. I'll do it if you do it, baby.
위풍당당하고 전투적 기백 넘친 혁명 강군의 상징 명예 기병 종대의 출현입니다. 우리 군대의
music is so
멈춤을
good.
모르는 백성의 전진력과 충천한 사기, 확고한 전도를 과시하는 대우가 나아가고 있습니다. 틀어진 총대에 공화국 무장력의 최고의 사명을 엄숙히 제어하는 충성의 친위 대우들의 영전입니다. 송준설 상장이 이끄는 당중앙연대 호위초 종대가 앞장에 섰습니다.
It's tight. This is just as good as the Chinese one, man. This is this military parade celebrating the end of war against the fascists? There's a big flag with 80. I think the Chinese parade had that too. Yeah, the Chinese parade was 80 years since the war. What was it? The war against Japanese aggression and fascism. This one is the 80 years since the birth of the Workers' Party, the Korean North Korean Workers' Party. So like, instrumental.
이 조선의 후손 만대를 걸머쥔 요렬의 심장들이 가장 신성하고 영예로운 사명에 충성할 맹세를 조국과 인민 앞에 엄숙히 선서하고 있습니다. 우리 당기의 세찬 홀로김 소리를 제일 가까이에서 들으며 당중앙위원회의 문조를 지켜가는 모상의 영에 드높은 호위병들. 김용호 중장의 뒤를 따라 호위국 종대가 당중앙을 사수하여 추호에 더팀없을 결사의 수호 의지를 찍어가고 있습니다. 수령옹이를 신념의 표대로 세웠던 창군 세대의 넋을 빛나게 이어가는 오늘의 백두산 경위대 호위사령부 종대가 라철진 중장의 인솔하에 나아가고 있습니다. 내짚는 발걸음에 당중앙 결사 호위 정신이 뇌성치고 우렁찬 함성에 당중앙과 끝까지 생사 운명을 같이 할 신념의 맹세가 메아리쳐 옵니다.
공화국 남쪽 국경의 강철 보루 제1선 군단 종대들의 위험찬 진군입니다. 가장 적대적인 국가와의 초미한 대치선에서 이의 사상, 우리의 제도를 굳건히 사수하는 무적의 강병들을 이끌어 일선 용장들이 서리빨 장검을 비껴들었습니다. 앞장에서 군단장 안용환 중장이 지휘하는 제1군단 종대가 멸족의 기계를
Even the smiles are in unison. No one's asking those generals for a fitness test. Yeah, there's some chunky looking generals, right? Yeah, this Sunday, I'm going. It's easy. It's easy to get impressive numbers in Adelaide. A bit better organised as well. Bloke named Shallow Cow is he did an interview with Joe Jammel worth on this. Put it in the Discord. Are you in the Discord? Put it in the Discord. I can watch your propaganda. You lazy propagandist, you.
이에 존엄을 건드리는 자, 이 땅에 살아 숨쉴 것 없다. 감히 신성한 우리의 주권을 침범한다면 서슬푸른 이 장검으로 모조리 베어버리고 이 국가의 새 국정선을 그리라.
어디다?
군단장 박광주 상장을 따라 보무하는 제4군단 종대의 섬멸의 의지입니다. 군단장 최두영 상장이 인솔하는 제5군단 종대가 싸우면 반드시 이길 수 있게 준비된 강자의 위풍과 충천하는 자신감으로 왕장의 열기를 고조시키고 있습니다.
Oh, they got glow sticks as well. That's sick.
전투 위훈 역력한 영예의 군기들은 줄기찬 무훈을 고무하는 조국과 인민의 뜨거운 격려 속에 더욱 거연합니다.
태양에 억센 힘 뻗쳐 주권 수호의 용력을 넓혀가는 해군 정대. 세계 제1의 해군력 건설의 꿈이 성취되는 영광의 시대를 펼쳐주신 위대한 용장을 우러러 감사의 경례드리며 위훈의 열망 안고 파도칩니다. 앞장에 사령관 박광섭 해군 상장이 있습니다. 수호의 지붕, 공화국 무력의 핵심 군종인 공군 종대가 사령관 김광yok 공군 대장의 주도하에 활주하고 있습니다. 살기와 용맹으로 대공을 거머쥐고 미훈의 비행운만을 새겨가는 영공 방위의 거센 날개들이 이 밤 경축의 하늘을 더 높이 들어올리고 있습니다.
Because I don't understand how to use tech. That's alright, man. Okay, you're Luddite. We'll drop it in the chat there, a link to it, so I can check it out. This interview that you're speaking about.
불의의 정황 속에서도
I haven't heard as much hype
신속한
about this
대응으로
much, though.
적을 응징할 만반의
Must admit.
태세를 견지하고 있는 우리 국가 핵전투 무력 전략군 종대. 김정길 상장을 선들어 위용찬 기계를 과시합니다. 우리 군대의 특출한 정신과 기질을 가장 유효적으로 대변하는 특수작전군 종대의 진출입니다.
Did I just see chromium plated
많은
guns?
전투원들이 백성의
There's some crazy stuff in here. And this, like, look at this unit here. These are the scary mofos. And how good's that
러시아
camera
연방
angle?
꾸르스코 해방 작전을 지휘한 전용찬 소장이 이끌고 있습니다. 시청자 여러분, 꾸르스코 해방 작전에서 위훈을 떨친
heavily
해외
decorated.
작전 부대 총대가 나가고 있습니다. 특수작전 부대 제1부사령관 리창호 상장이 이끄는 해외 작전 부대 정대. 불패의 전투적 우위를 상징하여 조로 두 나라 국기를 앞세우고 나갑니다. 피로써 안고 온 승리, 위대한 용예를 영광의 시월에 숭엄히 증정하고 있습니다. 산발을 영활 무쌍이 종행하며 배후 교란전으로 적들을 죽음의 공포에 떨게 하는 팔팔 나는 싸움꾼들. 척후 산악 활동 부대 종대가 열병 주로를 주름잡고 있습니다.
It's the music.
앞장에서 황금철 상좌가 나아갑니다.
There's one guy smiling. Did you see that one soldier smiling? He's gonna get in trouble for doing that.
상륙전의 예리한 검 제41
People don't pay attention
상륙돌격대대
since they got the
김영국
nuke.
상좌의
Now
뒤를
America
따라
pretends like North Korea
기세차게
doesn't exist.
경랑치고 있습니다.
If there's ever a
불의적인
deal
돌격과
war,
치명적 일격으로
a drill
적의 해안
war,
지탱점에
these
진격의
guys
파고를 내고 교두보를 확보하는 믿음직한 천도병들입니다.
수도방위의 상격 제91군단 종대입니다. 군단장 최광일 중장이 인솔하는 영 수호자들의 대오에 사랑하는 어머니 저국의 수도 평양을 지켜 영원히 불퇴하는 철의 방위력을 쌓아올릴 더큰 열의가 충천하고 있습니다. 수도 평양의 하늘을 지켜 철벽의 지붕을 치고 고도의 대응 태세를 유지하고 있는 평양지구 반항공 미사일 사단 종대가 사단장 양길성 중장을 위시하여
I
활기차게
saw Drill
전개하고
War
있습니다.
and immediately thought an army of pickle ricks in
환희로
mech
달아오른
suits.
오늘의 이 밤도 바로 이들이 억세게 수호하고
Win.
있습니다.
These guys win in the drill war, so yeah, it's pretty good. It's between them and China, right? China was pretty tight as well. But the editing makes this look sick.
이경철 중장이 주도하고 있습니다. 차지한 전호 뒤에는 바로 위대한 우리 평양이 있기에 꺾을 수 없는 수호자의 사명감은 영광의 이 밤 더욱 억세어지고 있습니다. 조국의 동해방선에 수호의 철진을 다진 군공 안고 제7군단 종대가 군단장 최춘길 중장의 인솔하에 광장으로 들어섭니다. 강력한 해안방으로 신성한 우리 영토 영해를 굳건히 수비해갈 전투적 열망 백배합니다. 제8군단 종대가 군단장 김학철 중장의 지휘 밑에 기백 있게 전진하고 있습니다. 투철한 신념과 견결한 의지로 조국의 서부 국정지대에 사회주의 수호의 보루를 쌓아올린 국정반문의 미동 초병들입니다. 이내 의무 앞에서는 정선과 중심, 일선과 이선의 구별이 따로 없다는 철석의 신조를 지닌 제9군단 장병들. 군기 앞에 다진 선서를 지켜 조국보위 혁명보위에 충실할 맹세 안고 군단장 주성남 중장을 선두로 엄숙한 보물을 내집고 있습니다. 동해안 작전지대에 억척의 반격을 구축한 제10군단 종대가 위대한 영장의 사열을 받을 뜻깊은 시각을 마중해 기세찬 발걸음 더욱 재촉하고 있습니다. 신심 충천한 대오를 군단장 고명수 중장이 영광의 주석단 앞으로 인도하고 있습니다. 조선혁명의 시원지 말지산의 본거지에서 떠나온 이 혁명의 고향집 군단 제12군단 종대가
Those white suits are
의정
pretty good.
광장의 포석 위에 발걸음 소리 높이
Is Kim
울리고
on the
있습니다.
same drugs as Elon? Hey, yeah, very good.
혁명의 전통과 명령을
I
옹이해가는
gotcha.
빡센 총검의
Oh my god, I
대우를
quit tapping.
군단장 고인철 중장이 이끌고 있습니다. 국경 일선을 지켜선 국정경비청국 종대가 언제나 뵙고 싶던 최고 사령관 동지를 우러르며 격정으로 높뛰는 가슴 안고 주석단 앞을 지나고 있습니다. 국경 수비에 정리한 처병들을 차일현 소장이 인솔하고 있습니다. 진격의 노도 무쇠 철갑부대 정병들의 위세 드높은 진군입니다. 번개 같은 기동 드센 포화력으로 섬멸의 돌파구를 앞장에서 열어제낄 전투적 열망에 넘쳐있는 땅크 장갑부대 종대.
You know, I don't see anyone on their phones. Like even all the generals and the dignitaries and stuff like that. I don't see anyone like checking their emails or anything. Everyone's focused, bro. Like in the good old days.
부족의 군대, 오직 승리만을 아는 우리 군대의 기질과 명예를 상징하는 그 이름도 자랑 높은 흔히 서울 유경수 제105 땅구사단 종대가 나섰습니다.
They're smiling.
전통과 영예를 줄기찬 무훈으로 빛내어가는 근위병들을 사단장 오종수 중장이 이끌고 있습니다.
I wonder how many people they have in their military. I wonder if anyone knows that answer. How many people are in the armed forces in North Korea? What is the population of North Korea?
부족의 전투력으로 영광스러운 건기에 빛나는 전장난을 새겨온 제425 기계화 보병사단 종대가 사단장 김현진 소장을 따라 열병광장을 누비고 있습니다.
There are about 1.3 million active personnel in the Korean People's Army. 1.3 million people. That's mental. The reserves are estimated about 600,000. And there's a large militia type force called the Workers' Peasant Red Guard with about 5.7 million members. The population of North Korea is about 26 million. It's like under Australia's population. And they've got 1.3 million people in service and 5.7, workers, peasant, red guard, ready to join up.
힘찬 열병으로 과시하는 제815 기계화 보병사단 종대입니다.
I wonder how many have gone to the front lines for the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
홍천 중장이 지휘하고 있습니다. 사단장 김영철 중장이 이끄는 제806 기계화 보병사단 종대. 선열의 분화로 전장을 개척하고 공격로를 확보합니다. 그 고도의 전력을 늠름한 위험들로 시위하고 있습니다.
That's cute. You're assuming they have phones and not pigeon carriers? Savage, bro. Savage.
이경철 소장의 보폭에 맞추어 기세 담당이 광장을 활보하는 정찰 정보 천국 종대입니다. 정찰 정보 전선에 유명 무명 전투원들이 헤쳐간 그 길들은 보이지 않아도 바로 영광의 이 밤이로 오직 승리의 이 광장으로 이어져 있었음을 뜨겁게 새겨주는 시각입니다. 일발 필중의 능숙한 사냥꾼들, 저격수 정대가 이두일 소장의 뒤를 따라 행진하고 있습니다. 신비의 명사수들이 도구한 기품 뿜으며 오늘의 열병에 나섰습니다.
Look at that. That looks sick, doesn't it? You're gonna get a swamp fighter.
통신병 종대가 안녕문 대저를 선두로 발걸음 높이
Just
올리고
missing the
있습니다.
English translation on this one. It's a shame.
전 방위적 공간에 일체화된 정보 통신망을 구축하고 작전 전투 행동에서 지휘의 신속성과 정확성을 보장하는 군대의 신경입니다.
Music is still banging too.
대한민국 대자가 지휘하는 공병종대가 다가오고 있습니다. 이 군대의 주요 병정인 공병은 오늘 혁신적인 장비와 전투 기제를 갖추고 전장의 판세를 주도해 나가는 현대 공병의 새 모습을 창조하고 있습니다. 화병 종대가 진출하고 있습니다. 우수한 실전 대응력과 자질을 만반으로 다져가는 결사대원들을 손영준 대자가 인솔하고 있습니다.
Did you see that? See that guy getting pissed off by the flag just then? Watch this. Watch this.
실전 대응력과 자질을 만반으로 다져가는
There's a guy in this part of the screen. Check this out.
대자가 인솔하고
The
있습니다.
flag's in his face. And he's like, "Fuck that! Get it out of here." That's so good. I thought they were like robots. Look at that! Get out of here, man! Get that flag out of my face. It's so good. Ah, they're not robots. They have feelings.
강력한 군의 보장 능력으로 전쟁 수행의 인적 잠재력을 담보해가는 군의 근무종대가 홍명삼 대자를 따라 나갑니다. 인진우약의 야전화
Look, even
현대화를
the medics are
실현하며
geared up.
군의 부문 싸움 준비에
at that weaponry.
기약을 촉진하고 있습니다.
조선노동당의 강군 건설 노선을 군사교육 성과로 믿음직하게 받침하는 각급 군사학교 종대들의 열병입니다. 우리 군의 주요 군사 지휘관들을 키워내는 권위 있고 명성 높은 김일성 군사종합대학 정대.
I think the
김근철
camera angles
총장이
are better
이끌고 있습니다.
than the Chinese one, that's for sure. But like they've obviously cut this after the fact. So like China was all live. It's harder to do sick stuff like live. So the editing's helping big time with this one.
최고급 군종 지휘관 양성의
I think this is-
전략적
I think this
거점인
is better than the
김성일
Chinese one.
군종대학 종대가 김영남 상장을
gonna put it
위시하여
out there.
위험차게 전진합니다.
Dear leader isn't looking at his people with love.
공화국 핵심
It
신들을
looks like
단성으로
he's
다지며
searching for
군력
any.
강화에 자출한 공헌을 하고 있습니다.
Could you imagine? I can't get over the ones that are smiling. That's the best. That makes my day. I thought it was so like serious, but like they look like they're having a good time.
그 뒤를 이어 김일성 정치대학 종대가 주명철 소장의 인솔하에 경지 높이 들어서고 있습니다. 사상과 신념으로 백전백승하는 우리 군대의 근본을 지키고 우리 위협의 기승을 보유해가는 권위 있고 관록 있는 대학입니다. 최고의 국방과학기술학원인 김성은 국방종합대학 총대가 전일호 상장의 뒤를 따라 용진하고 있습니다. 우리의 혁명공업의 주체성과 형제성이라는 이대의 생명력을 지남없이 부어주고 강대한 우리 국가의 무비의 힘을 끊임없이 장전해주며 존엄과 부강의 백년 대계를 담보해갑니다. 김종숙 명칭 해군대학 총대를 김종석 해군소장이 선도하고 있습니다. 공화국 해군 무력의 근간을 이루는 바다의 용장들을 키우며 사명과 본분에 충실하여 영예 높은 흔적을 새겨가고 있습니다.
How's the music? It's so good.
강경호 공군 소장이 이끄는 김책명칭 공군대학 정대.
Well, that's the thing, right? You have a state that focuses on this type of stuff, and a state that focuses on arming itself so it can protect itself in the imperialist warfare that is out there on the global stage. Or you have one that focuses on market stuff and allows all the money to be diverted towards the market, capitalization, financialization, and lets all those tongues rumble while people make all these important calls.
군의 역량 육성과 군진 의학 발전에서 선도적 핵심적 역할을 수행하고 있는 링춘추 명칭 군의대학 총대가 김강천 대저를 선두로 들어서고 있습니다. 전 시군이 보장을 자립적으로 원만히 할 수 있는 유능한 야전 군들로 준비해가고 있습니다.
Way more happy to let that happen, so she could open her country up to the free market, and American companies could come in and invest money and profit off of the oil. She was more than happy for Venezuelans to die so American businesses could profit. Like, it's just take your pick. Do you spend it on military industrial complexes and military Keynesianism, or do you spend it on the free market? A lot of these soldiers, you're right, you think you said it before, they look quite thin, they look quite lean, let's say. Very lean, some of them. My God. Very lean. How do you use your labor power? What do you spend it on? Like, look at all of this coordination. Look at all this value that's in this square. Look at how they're coordinating their society. How are they using the value that they're creating? Or the capital that they accumulate. How do they use it? They put it into the war machine. It's crazy. And keeping this guy at the head of the party. Yeah? Like, it's impressive what humans can do, right? But, like, is this the right rabbit hole to go down? Like, I hear a lot of tankies and stuff like that, and like they support and they speak highly of all this type of stuff, and like in the face of Western imperialism, like, you got to hand it to these people. But, like, is this your vision, like, for tankies anyway? Is this your vision of communism? Is this what you want for the working people of the world? To march like this? In unison? Clap together? Step together? Celebrate in collectivist fashion of this nature? Is this what the communist vision was for you as a tankie? Like, I get it, in the face of Western pressure, it's huge. It's like, how do you surmount the pressure that the free market and Western imperialism can how do you match those resources? Well, you arm yourself up. You have 1.3 million people in active forces. You have 5.7 million people ready to go and fight against the imperialist war machine. You give yourself nuclear weapons. You're ready to fight. Like, is that the alternative? Is that what you want out of a collectivist society, a socialist society? Do you just want to be ready to fight other people and spend all your resources on that? I don't know, man. I don't think that's what the original libertarian socialists would have had in mind. They just saw the productive power of capital and was like, let's do this. Let's use this to produce value for everyone. Not for a war machine. Not for like the free market. Let's just produce value for people. Look at this amazing productive capacity. And look at their productive capacity too. Like, they got some shiny weapons here, man. A lot less vehicles in this parade compared to the Chinese one. Your audio level's a bit messed up again. The video is higher than your mic. That's better. I wonder if there's any military parades by non-aligned countries that are not advertised as much as the US or China, such as Venezuela. That's a good question. Yeah, I wonder. That's a really good question. But do people put the effort into doing this stuff? Saber rattling? This might be the most doomerous thing I'll ever type for us. But this could be the USA in 5 years' time. So we might not have a choice. You kind of have to be with capitalists at your throats. Yeah, I know, I get it. But like, is this what the original, social libertarians would have envisaged? And they were like, let's get the workers to make the decisions. Put the doggos down. They weren't in step. Yeah, I know, right? Those poor dogs, right? March in time, or you're gone. The parade shows me how resilient his population is. Imagine a loving leader instead. NK deserves better. The world deserves better than the leadership that we have at the moment. People feathering their own nests. That's pretty much all this is about. Alright, I gotta bounce. But this has been interesting nonetheless. We spent some crazy time doing some weird stuff in afters, I'll tell you that much for free. Crazy discussions, look at some crazy shit. But yeah, thank you everyone for interacting. Thanks for everyone for sticking around. And we will be back tomorrow with a Far Right Fridays edition, given to us again, curated by Jerry Poppins. And so we're going down the Carl Tuckerson. It's like Carl Tuckerson, that's hilarious. Tucker Carlson pipeline tomorrow. Ye old Tuckies. And we're going to see what that type of right-wing pipeline is like these days, because he's like disconnected from, I guess, the unified party line of the GPO, the General Old Party, the Grand Old Party, sorry. He's disconnected from that and he's a bit rogue these days, but still white nationalist as ever. So we'll see what that pipeline's like, because he's very influential. And we'll learn some more about what it is that captures the hearts and minds of the working people across the world. And this is a great vision of what captures the hearts and the minds of the working people of the world, isn't it? It's definitely interesting. But yes, thank you everyone for your interaction. Thanks for hanging out for the afters. I do appreciate it. And we'll catch you tomorrow. These guys think of it as an interim period. Yeah, that's true. They probably do, right? Just got to get to the next stage. Jerry. Trying to get my youngest demon spawn to tune in daily. So if you get hit with loads of questions, I'm sorry in advance. Oh, yeah. Yeah, nice. No. Please. That's the questions are great, actually. The questions are great. So please. That's what we want. It helps. It helps a lot. All right. I'm out of here. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Catch you on the morrow.